just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling has always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes! I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Youth wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Damn it, God damn it! Yeah!
Please, Macho Man, wrestling is not an extreme sport.
Not extreme. I'll show you extreme. I've got your lip ticket. Rope toe. Avalanche.
Slim Jim, beefy, spicy. Need a little extreme excitement?
See it.
Snap into a Slim Jim.
Wow, Kurt Angle. Keep the change.
Thanks.
Whoa, what's gotten into this pizza? Hey, come on.
They square off. Tomato drop kicks. Pepper scoops him into an airplane spin. Big slap. Pizza outlet. The taste that screams fresh.
Oh, man, that was beautiful.
To do?
I don't know. What do you want to do?
You boys a bit bored? Snap into it! Snap into a Slim Jim! Tag to the spine! Beefy juicy face! Hey, nice! And deep! Snap into it! Need a little excitement? Snap into a Slim Jim!
What's incredible with Brock is that Brock went from pro wrestling to being the UFC heavyweight champion and did so with such a short amount of time of training in MMA. I mean, obviously he had.
Come on, Macho Man. You can always get out of the ring, but The Rock is extreme because there's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to go?
Not the cage.
Oh, yeah! Landslide! Falling rock! Yeah! Meet the North Face!
What do you do for beefy, spicy, extreme excitement?
Say it! Say it!
Snap into a Slim Jim.
I'd be remiss for my friend if I didn't ask you about Fallen Angel.
So the Fallen Angel is a performer named Chris Daniels, and Chicago guy.
Yeah.
And was brought out to Los Angeles, and he had the daunting task of taking someone like me who couldn't move and trying to teach them the basics.
How to move.
The basics of the business.
Yeah, that's what happens when old people shrink. Their backs.
Easy on the old, easy on the old, brother. I just turned 70. Take it easy.
I just turned 56. We have the same birthday.
August 11th.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Happy birthday to you.
Now,
too.
Hemsworth has the same birthday as
Really?
Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah, what are the odds?
Well, have you heard of the birthday paradox? The birthday problem?
Yeah, how does that work?
It's one of the craziest things ever. It's some statistical anomaly where if you have, I can't remember the exact number, but I think it's like 45 people in a room. For some reason, 2 people will have the same birthday.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. Yeah. And we have a jam-packed show this evening. It's Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad we could all get together. I have Big Bang Theory on over here, and we have a very special last minute out of nowhere September to remember, or maybe wake me up when September ends for some folks. Am I right, fellas? Because Tony Khan decided to book a pay-per-view right before his pay-per-view this weekend, so we get to enjoy 3 hours of Dynamite, which we are going to talk about. We're going to preview WrestlePalooza and AEW All Out for what it's worth. We are going to talk about some bombs that have been dropped and some information that's been put out there where it's like, hey, I mean, do we even know what matches are on All Out? This is the fucking problem. We only know a few of them, but you know, there is some information that was put out there where I don't know, man, is AEW about to legitimately go away in the next 2 years? That's a real conversation that needs to be had like more seriously than ever, right? So we're going to get into some of that, okay? What else do we got on the docket? Ricochet copes over WWE, which now I'm regretting putting this in the title because somebody was saying, I think it was in chat or on X, someone was like, Ricochet's thing has like 6,000 views in a day or something, something terrible. And it's like, well, goddamn. What else do we have on the docket? We have the TNA and NXT invasion. The Invasion. Okay, we're going to talk a bit about that as well. Before we have a little bit before Dynamite starts here, we can quickly go over this September to Remember card, but then they like added an extra hour since Tony Khan announced this. September to Remember, 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesday Night Dynamite Collision live tomorrow. So there's no Collision. So guys, like And again, this is what AEW keeps doing. Yes, we're starting. Oh, I should do some plugs. How about that? Guys, thank you. We surpassed 7,100 subscribers on the Clips channel, which is absolutely amazing. And I know we got, I know.
Hey. Let's just be fair. We got a couple haters.
No, we got a couple haters, right? But we're still growing every day, so that's amazing. Thank you all for that. And what else? We're almost at 2,100 on youtube.com/@prowrestletimes. Guys, the stream is over live. If you're on X, youtube.com/@prowrestleclips. Okay. And what else? I have a Patreon. I implore you guys to check out. I'm dropping a video tomorrow on there for patrons, and every week, again, once weekly minimum. But you also get access to the bonus shows. So yeah, that will be a good one. And I appreciate you guys so much for your support. What else? You guys can super chat and you can become a member. Yes, memberships. And they're only 99 cents through YouTube, and you get access to Member Monday bonus shows, which are always a blast. We typically watch Raw. Those are awesome too. And this Saturday, guys, All Out. We're just watching it all. We'll be hanging out for like 10 fucking hours again. You know, All Out and then WrestlePalooza back to back. Okay? We're going to watch those together, react to those together. It'll be nothing but a good time. Patty for 2 Canadians says flutes in the chat, just a babillion flutes, dude. So you get an E flute for that, and thank you for all your support. Patty, appreciate you. And you can gift memberships. That's another great thing. We have a lot to get to here, so let's dive right into things, chat. I hope you're all doing well, and if you're listening on X or wherever, consider coming over to YouTube, hitting like, hitting subscribe. Let's get to 7,200. September to remember, though, okay? A 3-hour special event. So I was a little confused at the top of the show, at the tippy top. And you may be asking, Phil, how are you confused? It's right in front of you. It's simple and plain. Well, mesdames et messieurs, Tony Khan, he originally, what they were hyping up and what was supposed to happen was an hour-long collision before All Out. Am I wrong about that? And everybody was like, oh, the first like 0 hour technically on Saturday as a part instead of collision, or it's collision 0 hour for the pay-per-view or whatever. But then they moved the time of the pay-per-view. So then where does collision wind up? And where's the 0 hour? Well, here's the answer. They just tacked on a special 3rd hour special in quotations, right? They add a 3rd hour to this Dynamite September to remember. Now, am I mad at that? Not necessarily. I mean, when NXT Homecoming goes down, or went down rather, and you're almost asking for more. It ends and you're like, oh shit, you know, this is such a fun event. This could be along the lines of the same thing, but realistically, what this is Tony Khan is just creatively bankrupt, and he needs to like rip off old ECW shit to do anything cool. Like, is this poster awesome? Yes. Is is the graphics, the September to remember thing, is that cool? Yeah. Is it a cool name? Is it a throwback? Do I like that vibe? Yeah, but it's not yours. It's not yours. That's the problem. It's not yours, like intellectual property wise. Okay. So it's just kind of cheesy in that way. Like, he just really loves ECW. And the problem is that Collision's going to get canceled, guys. And I told you guys, yo, it's going to become a 3rd hour every week. Tony Khan's going to talk WBD into like just adding a 3rd hour onto Dynamite, but they'll just call it Collision. And then they'll air the rerun on another day, and then they'll act like that's a fucking huge W. or the shit's going to move to Thursdays. I don't think they're going to move to Thursdays because TNA is going to take Thursdays. TNA already has Thursdays. So they're going to take Thursdays, and I don't think Collision wants to get their asses beat by TNA. Now, I don't know, honestly, and I'm not trying to be doom and gloom. You guys know it's Optimist Phil over here, right? Like, I'm always saying, no, man, I don't want AEW. Like, the people saying AEW is going to be dead and shit. I don't know about that. The more I'm seeing and the more I'm hearing, it's like that could very well be a possibility. It could be. It really could be. And it sort of dawned on me like, holy shit, man. You know, maybe Tony can't just keep this shit on YouTube. And I'm not sitting here laughing or anything. It's like a sad day when that happens. Well, I'll laugh a little bit, right? Because so many people are assholes about it when you're like, dude, if they just make these changes, it would be way better. But whatever. What do I know, right? I'm just a mark. Or an N-word, according to Dave. Hey, Dave Meltzer said that, not me. Let's go over this card, right? We have FTR and Edge and Christian face to face. Now, this would mean so much more if FTR wasn't just like having matches with the Dynamite Kids and like, I get it. Oh, they get on the mic and Stokely acts funny and shit, but I don't know, man. It just is so lackluster to get Edge and Christian reunited and for it to be just a lackluster affair. And even in their own minds, let me prove it. It's just this little corner thing in the poster. Just fucking Edge Christian, whatever. Just throw that over there. Yeah, just fucking throw that in the corner over there. You know? This should be like the fucking huge story thing that we're like, oh my God. And it just, there's nothing there, man. You have Tony Storm, who's a spotlight on Tony Storm. Okay, it's just her coming up with like Tony is saying to Tony Khan, what can I do? You know, hey, I got me and RJ came up with this funny bit. We're going to do this. What do you think about this? Da, 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 da. So it's just her, like, again, we're not really getting, since Mariah May, there hasn't really been, and like with Monet and Tony Storm, I don't give a fuck. That wasn't a story. The women's division is horrendous in AEW. It's fucking women running around spanking each other with paddles and slapping each other with pork chops. And I'm not joking. Like, I wish I were exaggerating, but that's literally what it is. So for Tony, it's like, okay, you're on TV, you're entertaining, but what really has there been to sink your teeth into when it comes to Tony Storm besides her feud with Mariah May? And even that was like, a lot of people were like, it's not even that good. There's just HLA and shit. So moving along, Rio versus Robin Renegade. Yo, where the fuck have the Renegade? Tony Khan, I want to start a women's tag division. Okay, you got the Renegade twins. What are you doing with them? Just using them in singles competition randomly once every 9 months. Okay. All right, so she's just here to job to Rio. Fine. Why does it go on the poster? Just say Rio will be in like a featured bout or something. I don't know. Lashley versus Toa Leona. Okay. All right. I'm here for that. Okay, let's check that out. These are the kind of guys Hurt Syndicate want to be working with, you know. I'm okay with this. We have this a tag team? Yeah, Sabian and Killswitch versus Jet Speed. Then you have Hechicero and Josh Alexander versus Top Flight. So I predict Alexander will finally get a W. That's my prediction. And then you have the Bucks versus the Bang Bang Gang, Juice, and Austin Gunn. Now, okay. So the Bucks will get the dub, probably. No, or did they just let Juice like get a roll up on them or something? Does Jack Perry return tonight? Do they have anything big planned? Is a Jack Perry return big? Is it even a big deal? Yeah, so the Young Bucks in tag action. Again, a lot of tag action tonight. Queen Aminata in a no-holds-barred match versus Tekla. Just because? And then Tekla's going to get the W. Sorry, Queen Aminata. Thanks for coming out again. All you do is lose, lose, lose. And it's no holds barred. Okay. We're just throwing the... We really need like a hardcore stipulation, I think. Why? Why? AEW Unified Championship Eliminator match. Beast Mortis versus Mascara Dorada. You can't just call it a fucking number one contender match. An Eliminator. And I don't know what either of these guys did to earn a shot to be in a fucking Eliminator either. And then you have Roderick Strong versus Jon Moxley. And then you have a contract signing, Fletcher and Hangman, which could be good if they actually gave it time and Fletcher didn't have to step in out of nowhere last minute to try and get himself over last minute in this match. And they're both belt holders. And I guess you could argue like Fletcher's had enough TNT defenses where you could argue like, well, maybe he gets a shot, but fuck, man. No, you can't rely on that. A Moxley rematch or something like that tonight, like on the, to kind of squash that. They already went there. They already did that. So, yeah, it's just Mox versus Strong. Just more of Moxley doing Moxley shit too. Like nothing changed. And he didn't care about the belt. The belt was off TV. So when he walks around like a tough guy without the belt, it makes zero difference to the viewer. To the audience, we're all like, he's just doing the same shit. Nothing changed. What was the point of All Out? Hangman wins, and what? What's different about AEW now? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Like, what the fuck? He didn't even carry the belt around. So when he doesn't have the belt or a case, it does not matter to the viewer. And I tried to get this message across before. I'm just a hater. You're just a fucking hater, man. E-drone bootlicker, bro. So yeah, there you go. That's the preview for that show, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. Round of applause for me for that. So before we get into miscellaneous news chat, what have I been doing? Not that you guys care, but how's chat feeling? Make sure you guys come vote in the poll over in YouTube, okay? Do you guys think Tony Khan messed up by booking a pay-per-view right before his fucking pay-per-view? Like, we don't need a 3-hour event. Do a special 1-hour post-Dynamite preview show for the pay-per-view and try and Sports Center it up. There you go. Oh, there you go. But instead, you're like, here's more matches. Okay. I watched I Know What You Did Last Summer last night. That was awesome. We're just getting in the spooky vibes. Right, you guys know me and my wife, we decorate the outside, we decorate the inside of the house. We get pumpkin spiced out, and we get into the spookies as much as we can. And yeah, I wanted to watch, because I haven't seen the new one, the 2025 requel or whatever. Is it a requel? I don't even know. I'm redacted. That's all I know. But yeah, so it was good because I haven't seen that in a long time. And then the sequel, like, I Still Know What You Did Last Summer. I can't remember for the life of me. I know I definitely like had it on VHS or DVD or so. Like, I know I've seen it, but I just, for the life of me, I can't pull a scene. You know, it's just one of those things. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to those. Hopefully they don't suck. And that's what I've been up to. And watching Peacemaker, I'm really enjoying that. So, yeah, I might do on this channel here, youtube.com/@FilmMarksOut as well. If you guys want to check that out, I might do like a trailer watch show tomorrow, right? Just like watch trailers for movies that are coming out and shit like that and give my thoughts. So that could be really, really cool. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So speaking of bad news, thanks, Wade. Speaking of bad news, you know, Matt Riddle's caught himself in some hot water recently, and he's been making news for all the wrong reasons, making bad news himself. And I don't know if this is a result of that. I know that this has been built up to for a little while now. I also know that Mads Kruger, a.k.a. Cruel, Atrocity Cruel, is one of the baddest ass, coolest motherfuckers in pro wrestling, in my opinion. Now, he leads this group in MLW called Contra or whatever. I should know, right? I kind of fell off MLW. I haven't watched their last couple of PLEs or whatever you want to call them on YouTube, including this one. Skipped over it. Should have watched it. MLW Fightland 2025. Go and check that out. I might just throw it on because of this. But if you go back to the early days of PWT, you know, I'm watching early days. We're like 2.5 years old or so. But there, you know, I was watching like Deathmatch, Atrocity Cruel, fucking death matches and stuff, right? And this guy rules. Cruel fucking rules. And he beat Matt Riddle for the MLW world title, as he should. And I don't say it much, but this is one of these deathmatch indie dudes where, and it's not just because the mask, but his size as well. And his ability to work, like he could definitely go to WWE and adapt to that style for sure. I know he could. Would he be like a massive star? I don't know. But he would definitely be able to adapt to the style. And yeah, he just fucking rules, and he beat Matt Riddle for the MLW World Heavyweight Championship. And they have a beautiful title there, and good on them for putting the strap on Cruel. And yeah, man, we should I don't know. We'll do, since it's on YouTube, we'll watch that match along on Patreon or something like that. I don't know if the MLW goes hard with the flags. Maybe we'll try it on YouTube, right? We'll try that maybe. Okay. And if it doesn't work, then that'll be a Patreon bit. But either way, rest in peace, Ricky Hatton. He passed away, and he had a memorable night on Raw in 2009. He acted as general manager. He wrestled with Chavo Guerrero, and he just knocked him out. Now, speaking of flags, we can't play this, but necessarily, but boom, that knockout blow. The Hitman, R.I.P. And Kevin Owens, I don't know why this is in miscellaneous. Probably should have thrown this into WWE news, but I digress. Kevin Owens, complete with Godzilla on the wall behind him, opened Green Mountain Wrestling show on Sunday night in Bar, Vermont. So he did a fucking indie show. They crowned the first ever Green Mountain champion. Anyone from Green Mountain, holla in chat. And Kevin Owens was there. And I guess he's just like surprised.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kevin.
I love how he's just like, look at my fucking beard and everything. I'm just not going to get a haircut or shave. And then he calls himself Kevin Steen.
My name is Kevin Steen, and you might know me from some wrestling shows I've been on or some wrestling matches I've had. But tonight's not about me. Tonight is about crowning the very first champion in Green Mountain Wrestling history, which obviously makes tonight a very big show. And, you know, I wish I could be there in person. Because I've been keeping up.
Well, it's the big. So didn't he show up or no? Look how cute he is. Look how cute KO is, dude. He's like a Furby that grew up. Good shit.
Guys, I say
Hell yeah, man. I hope he recovers and gets well, and good for him. He appeared, on the Tron? I don't know. So El Messias shares a photo with Bad Bunny. That's really cool, and I hope Bad Bunny's knee is doing okay. We covered it, like he did that concert, and he fucking tweaked his knee when he's doing his little bunny hop. So Jerry the King Lawler issues his first public comments since suffering a stroke. So glad he's doing okay. He had a minor stroke, and he just said, I remember lying in the bed in the hospital, and when people that I knew, like family members, came in and I didn't even recognize them, people kept coming out of nowhere to thank me, to pray for me, and all that means such a great deal to me, and I want to thank them for all that. Okay, Tony Khan, someone better do the right goddamn thing and hook up King and JR for like one thing. They don't even got to call a show or a whole match, but like just something. You know, they should get inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame as a duo, as a pair. Because yes, Cole with JR was good, and JR with Taz was good, and JR with Heyman was good. I just watched it's awesome. I just rewatched all the Invasion stuff, like all the key events, and now the TNA NXT Invasion is about to go down, hopefully with that name. And WWE listens to PWT confirmed. But yeah, like Heyman was great with JR, but I think those two are just the legendary, iconic, should be inducted together. Prestige Wrestling will be going on an indefinite hiatus following their 4 remaining scheduled dates, owner William Quintana announced. And he just said, this will come to a surprise. I dropped, when I was 16 years old, I dropped out of school to start touring, booking bands, starting businesses. I'm losing the feeling and need to take a break to discover my passion again. October 5th in Portland, he just promotes the shows and says life has twists and turns, and this may be see you later, it may be goodbye. So he's just got to step away, man, and that's what happens. But shout out Prestige Wrestling, a notable indie there. So Linda Hogan accuses the Emmys of political bias after Hulk Hogan tribute snub. So they didn't include Hulk Hogan in the Emmys or whatever. And there was another factoid there. Oh, it's in WWE news. Nikki Bella was in a show that won an Emmy. So technically, even though she was like a minor part, she's the first WWE superstar with an Emmy behind her. And Paul Heyman talked about how like it's bullshit that the Emmys don't recognize like Roman Reigns and some of the shit WWE does. And I agree, especially after watching Unreal and seeing like Triple H call that shit on the fly, and their producer called the Cena heel turn on the fly. Holy fuck. I'm a geek for shit like that. But at least Linda's sticking up for Hulkster for once. And she says that political bias, you know, snubbed Hulkster, dude, from the Emmys, brother. Well, I don't know about that. I'll say this. Tony Todd, who was Candyman in the Candyman movies, even the shitty sequels that nobody really watched, you know, he didn't get brought up either. I think there were some other names people brought up. So I don't know. I always defend the wrestlers, but at the same time, like, okay, I mean, you know, what did Hulk do? I mean, he had a reality show. He had some stinker movies. I like, should WWE be recognized? Sure. I don't know if like retroactively do we include then Macho Man should be too or whatever. I don't know. But shout out Hulkster, brother, and shout out Linda, I guess, for fucking not shitting on him for once. A rare liver disease forces Millie McKenzie to completely cut back her wrestling schedule. So prayers up for her. I can't click on the Observer and Figure 4 Online's super sketchy and like glitchy site that like tries to force you to unblock all your cookies and all that shit, or accept the cookies and unblock the ad block, accept the ads, or like, and their site just runs real shitty if you don't do that. so I'm not even gonna do it. But yeah, just prayers for Millie McKenzie as well. Speaking of prayers, Ric Flair, man, again laying on a bar floor, nothing new. Woo! But he says activated 4-minute plank, and he does a fucking 4-minute plank again in a bar. There's nothing more embarrassing than having to pick yourself up off of a floor in public. Okay, this is an incredibly embarrassing thing. It's an incredibly embarrassing thing.
If I fall down, you go fucking Rick and get up.
All right. And these marks are like, yeah, Rick, do it. I would be like, sir, get up off the floor, please. And thank you. Please don't do this. And he's shoeless.
Oh boy.
And imagine you own the place and you don't want to be like, Rick, get the fuck out of here. But like people come in and they're like, there's an old man. Is he on heroin? What the fuck is going on here? And yeah, so he planks it out, man. He does the damn thing. He stays there.
4 minutes.
4. You just hit 4.
You just hit 4. You hit 4. Woo!
He's frozen. He's look, he can't get up. It's hit rigor mortis. Ugh, man. Oh, Flair. Never change. GCW promoter. I'll circle back to that because I'm going to go off on that for a second. The UFC and Netflix were close to a deal this year, but Netflix only wanted numbered UFC events. So there you go. I had told you guys, like, they're going to just want, like, 4 big international events, or maybe they're like, no, we want the numbered events, or, you know, they were interested in something. Now, it was being thrown around like Netflix fights could be their own thing. Didn't even have to be like UFC 3-0, whatever. It could just be like UFC on Netflix 2 or whatever. The way UFC on Fox, they numbered those. Well, they didn't number the events, but like the media and the fans did, right? That's how you keep track of them. So Netflix's plans was to give fans numbered UFC events for free behind their paywall, but the deal collapsed. And this is according to Awful Announcing. I don't even know what that is at all, but if that's even a credible whatever, but ACD MMA picked it up and it's going around, like it's making the news rounds. So yeah, the deal collapsed and they wanted the numbered events and they didn't get them. So I wonder what happened there. And then they also didn't jump at the WWE PLEs. Now, I think WWE just wanted the PLEs on ESPN regardless, because then they get the serious coverage that they wouldn't get otherwise. And I also think that possibly Netflix, hoping that they would get the numbered events for UFC, fucked up and didn't get the PLEs in time for WWE. I think. I'm just trying to piece together the timeline here. Of course, I don't know. But that could be something to think about there. So the Great Khali looks small next to this guy. This guy wants to, what's his name? He wants to become a pro wrestler so we could see him in WWE or AEW in the future. So forget Satnam Singh, forget the Great Khali, forget the Big Show or Andre the Giant. How could we? But here is this guy who dwarfs. He's a foot taller than the Great Khali. He's 8'1" or 2.
The Great Khali has found someone who is taller than him, and we have video proof. There is a 17-year-old Indian teenager named Karan Singh who stands 8 feet.
It's just a weird thing to process. It's just a weird image, right? Like I need like a regular dude standing next to Khali now just to show you Or not even like a big, like a 6'4" dude like me, you know, standing next to him, or like fucking Roman Reigns, or like who's The Rock, you got to put next to him. Who's someone he wrestled, even Undertaker, put next to Khali to put it in perspective. Because this is just like, you can't even register this really.
2 inches.
We need someone get Hornswoggle in there, for God's sake.
Is tall, and he recently met
Vince is going to launch a Fed with the Saudis with this guy as the world champ.
former WWE star and the great Khali, who is 7 feet 2 inches tall. Think about that. Now, Singh revealed that he is.
Yeah, Khali's going to come back and they're going to form a tag team. Yeah.
Sometimes called the Greater Khali because of all the social media posts that go around of him. He has even shown some interest in training for a potential pro wrestling career, which would be very, very interesting. Now, longtime fans, they will remember the great Khali, signed with WWE in 2006, initially given a mega push. He was pushed as a world champion. He feuded with the likes of The Undertaker, John Cena, Batista, and Triple H.
Yeah, we know the history, pal. Get these two together. The Punjabi powerhouse. Book it now, or you're fine. Turkey Al Sheikh's like, but sir, I don't know why I call you sir. I own you, Vince. I own you, greatest event of all time. Punjabi powerhouse, book it. I tell you what to book. Dude, fucking amazing. Get into wrestling. Speaking of getting into wrestling and giants in the wrestling biz, Braun Strowman is facing his biggest opponent yet, and he's ready for the challenge. Everything on the menu with Braun Strowman is on USA now. Yeah, he had some NBC gigs. So USA, it's on. Yeah, it's a food show. Everything on the menu. Let's watch the trailer for this. USA, don't snipe us. And the way that the promotional material looks, it really appears that, they were banking on this guy still being in WWE when this show came out. But that didn't happen. So USA kind of getting fucked again. But let's see. I like food cooking shows. They're awesome for like hotels and shit. You know, you're traveling, you just throw on like diners, drive-ins, and dives or whatever.
I'm Braun Strowman, a.k.a. the monster among men. Look at the size of it. As a multi-time champion in the WWE, I've flipped, slammed, and crushed giants in the ring. But there's one thing that's even bigger than my appetite for destruction. Are you ready? And that is my appetite for food.
Oh, hell yeah. All that shit looks boss.
Zoom in on my mouth. It's watering. It could take a lot to feed this monster. You look like you can eat. I didn't get 300.
So if the premise of the show, which we're about to learn, but I'm just doing a quick Phil predicts here. If the premise of the show is he orders like everything on a menu and has got to try and crush it, or like one page of the menu, or whatever, however they work it out, but essentially everything on the menu and he has to crush it all. That's a fucking awesome premise for a show.
50 pounds by accident. From hidden culinary gems. Wow.
If he just eats a dish and goes, oh man, they got the best hot dogs here. Oh yeah. Yeah, they got it. Oh, this is amazing. Wow. If that's all it is, okay. I get it. You like food. We all like food. Why do we care about your palate and blah, 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 right? If the fucking premise of the show is he goes and has to eat the menu, holy shit, is that a great TV show?
The hometown legends across the country. I want to try it all. I'm going to go with everything on the menu. I'm here to learn, and I'm here to eat.
This is our house seasoning.
I can tell there's some black pepper and coriander.
Getting close.
Make sure you're
dude, look at all that food in front of him. Yes.
I want this to stay in my mouth forever. Oh my God. Food talks to your soul. It brings people together.
My mom and dad designed our recipe 77 years ago.
It's about the experience.
Dude, nothing beats a hot glizzy. Pause. But seriously,
Get out. Try something new.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. I'm going to check this show out 100%. I'm in on that one. I don't know about you, chat. So speaking of all in or all out, I don't fucking know. Listen, WWE WrestleMania 43 will be in Saudi. I threw this out there either on the Member Monday show or on the Saturday show. I said, listen, if I'm these indies, or especially if I'm WWE ID'd, I would be picking up the phone. I'd be hitting Turkey Al Sheik up on fucking on X. He's on there all the time, live streaming all the time and DMing people all the time. I would just shoot him a DM, or I would fucking just pick up the phone. I would try and figure out, I would get in contact with WWE and then say, hey, how can we be a part of this? Like, fuck moping around. Go to Saudi. And I even brought up GCW's doing shows all over the fucking world. Their mission is like, we're going to do a show in Japan and in Alaska and fucking every obscure place. Lauderdale asked, he's like, what states haven't we been to and what countries haven't we been to? We want to go to every fucking place there is to go with GCW. They're pulling it off. I think they went to Puerto Rico, right? They're pulling it off. So, again, Phil, don't miss, man. GCW promoter Brett Lauderdale, who oversees the collective during WrestleMania week, said he has been approached by two organizations. GCW's ID'd as well, folks. Two organizations to stage events in the Middle East region who have offered to host GCW. He emphasized that with the 2027 WrestleMania 18 months away, it's too early to say whether such plans are realistic. Lauderdale acknowledged there would likely be restrictions on how their shows are presented if they were held in Saudi Arabia. 100%, man. But yeah, WrestleCon, Starrcade, Conrad Thompson, get out there with those new chews. And get out there with the new, and you can save with Phil.com and get yourself a couple blue chews and get a big boner in Saudi Arabia, and then they could chop it off because it's against the laws there. Chat me up about the laws in Saudi Arabia, Eric. Oh, come on, Eric. That's not very fair. You know why they can't show their belly buttons in Saudi Arabia. So these indies should pick up the phone and fucking, I don't know, the WrestleCom there, StarCast or whatever the fuck there. Right? Don't whine and mope. People are like, we need to do an AEW show. Why? Okay, maybe at All Out Texas, there were some indies booked and it was a good time for wrestlers and stuff like that, but it just doesn't, they've done it before. It doesn't shift there wouldn't be fucking meltdowns if it was AEW. You know what I mean? If they're like, AEW's going to Saudi, the sickos would fucking praise it, and the indies wouldn't be like, oh fuck, we're gonna miss out on like this huge economy shift that we can piggyback off of to do all these shows. They're not even talking about any of that shit. But because it's WWE, it's an issue. Okay, then GCW in Saudi Arabia. Do these fucking indie shows in Saudi Arabia. Like if I'm ID'd, I'm fucking like reaching out and trying to do a show out there and piggyback off of the WWE. You know, maybe can happen down the line. There absolutely is something to be said about TKO and WWE attempting to, they want 100% of the market share, and there's more to that, which we'll talk about tonight more and more. But that, ladies and gentlemen, was GCW and Miscellaneous and just all the Ric Flair planking news and all of that stuff. Okay, let's
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So let me check in with chat here. Let's see here. Okay, TK Mark for 2 says, thanks for the X follow. Peace and love to all. Yeah, TK Mark, you already know what's up, man. Thank you for the support. And yeah, early on when you were trolling, I was like, hey, well, whatever. It doesn't even matter. TK Mark is just a hilarious troll, but he's formerly the TK Mark now. So it's like, okay, well, I'll give you the follow now because I was like, I just don't want people thinking it's like my bot account or something like that. And TK Smart completely and utterly understood the assignment, but he was getting through to Dave a couple times, but now did Dave block you? I can't remember. So it was like, okay, whatever. Either way, Dave responded to him thinking he's actually a Tony Khan mark. I don't know, but you're formerly FKA TK mark now. So it's like, all right. Denisha Lane's been a member for 15 goddamn months. Thank you so much. Kenny D's been a member for 5 months. Whitest Rabbit's been a member for 10 months. What? Oh my God, you guys enjoy access to the Member Monday shows, and thank you for supporting.
Acknowledge me.
Round of applause for you guys. And everyone in chat. What does chat say? And I hate that Meltzy and me have that in common. Glizzy with onions, chili cheese, and mustard. Best. Hell yeah. Meltzer loves glizzies. Guys, yeah, and the viewership's climbing and climbing. Like 230 watching. So if you guys are on X, come on over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Hit like. And guys, the Times channel, yeah, the replay will be up on the Times channel, okay, on my second channel. But hit like, hit subscribe, all that good shit. I really appreciate you guys. George is watching the likes here. He's on chat's ass. 10 minutes, pause. 10 minutes till AEW. Yep, we are going to go over all of that. And we previewed the show, but we have some news to get into. Speaking of AEW, let's get into some AEW news, chat. Because we do have quite a bit to get to in every avenue of news here. And Big Bang, another good episode. Always putting on good episodes, even the reruns. Always crushing it. Okay, here, I need some iced coffee, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, all together in the chat now. Ichi Nissan da. Time for AEW news. So Keith Lee states that a return to the ring will certainly happen. Now I'm glad to hear that. I think the peak of his hype kind of passed and shit. Tony Khan won't use him correctly or know how to book him correctly. I would love to see him back in WWE. I think we saw a glimpse of him, or did we? I don't think we saw him or Joe, actually. Trying to remember here. Either way, doesn't matter. Shout out Keith Lee, though. I'm a big fan, but I just think AEW did such a disservice to him. And then obviously injuries, which aren't AEW's fault, but talking about the booking and creativity wise. Andrade has responded to MJF's message. So I didn't bookmark all these. I think I started to. There may be a few in here, but basically they are going back and forth. And Andrade's like, thank you, WWE. Fuck you, WWE. And then he's like, calling out MJF, or MJF called him out and is like, hey, Andrade, I'm going to be in Mexico beating the ever-loving shit out of Mystico in front of all your broke-ass countrymen. Let me know if you want to grab a marg before I hop on my jet. And then Andrade's like, cabron. And then he's like, hair versus mask or whatever. And then MJF's like, LOL, no, like, I don't know. They're just talking shit. Sammy Guevara got invoked. He's like, I like fucking Sammy Guevara and you, whatever, because Andrade like slapped Sammy. Or maybe that was Eddie Kingston. I don't know, but everyone's like, Andrade, go back to fucking AEW. No, absolutely not, man. I don't think they want him back there. But MJF, of course, is going to try and like get this match with this WWE guy off rip, and he's going to be in CMLL, and I don't know if Andrade... Can I tell you guys, I know some shit for sure. I know that all the AAA stuff they said about him not wanting to do AAA stuff is bullshit. And I know, here we go, dirt sheet Phil here, or not. Maybe I'm just lying right now and making it all up. And I know that he did fuck off and was ghosting them. That shit is 100% true. And, it just is, it is what it is. And WWE were kind of like, what the fuck? And Ray Phoenix did kind of get fucked there. And yeah, he went to Colombia, I believe, and took off for a while. and did his thing. And so, yeah, shout out Andrade though. I'm a fan. I've always been a fan of the guy. I know people are like, what can he do? I don't want to hear about the NXT shit. And true that, you know. But I agree, you can't just like fuck off on the company. He's been disgruntled in WWE and AEW. It just kind of seems like, maybe you're the fucking underlying problem when it comes to like how you want to be presented and pushed in pro wrestling. It just might not be the vision that anyone has for you. Although in AEW, he for surely should have got pushed harder. Like for surely, man. You have an international title, like, you know, you have all these luchas and guys from Europe and all this shit, and you're not using any of them. It's ridiculous. But either way, I digress. Hopefully we see MJF and Andrade mix it up. I mean, that'd be a cool match. Get people interested in MJF more. Dax Harwood claims he will retire if he loses to Cope and Christian at All Out. So Dax says Severance and everyone in it should have walked away with all the Emmys. And then this guy says, Dax, what's the plan if you lose against CNC? And then Dax says, I'll retire from being an in-ring competitor. So is that a spoiler, or does he just go back on his word because he's a heel now, which is what heels can do? People will blow this out of fucking proportion. Absolutely. I don't know if people want to pull a fucking plans change and all this shit, but yeah. Dax laying it all on the line. So we talked about WBD. They're going to be more transparent with the ratings. Speaking of, networks and pay-per-views and all of this stuff, All Out Toronto is this weekend. We'll preview it here shortly. We don't even know all the matches. Tony Khan's adding an bonus hour onto this fucking show tonight. It's crazy. But you can watch All Out on HBO Max in the United States, Prime Video in the United States, and select international markets, YouTube in North America International, payperview.com North America International, cable and satellite North America, Triller pay-per-view International, Main Event Australia, Dave & Buster's nationwide United States. So there you go. There's free promotion there. I'm not going to knock anything. I don't see a negative. Maybe being spread too thin, or like you've been on Max forever and then you're telling everyone to go to Prime and all this other shit, and then you go to, and then you're like, just now buy it on Max. Like, I mean, that's confusing and shit for your audience. And maybe that's a negative, but there you go. Free plugs. Eddie Kingston's return to AEW. This is the dumbest shit I've ever read. So Fightful reports Eddie Kingston's return to AEW is not a surprise to promote the event and generate buzz for All Out. So then what was it for? So then what's the point of bringing this guy back on your fucking television show? Oh, they brought Eddie back. Oh, yeah? And what were you hoping for? Well, for people to be surprised, of course. For people to be excited. Maybe they'll tune into All Out. Maybe Eddie's got a match. So Fightful's going, yo, his return was not meant to be a surprise or to promote the event and generate buzz for All Out. Was not a surprise to promote the event and generate buzz for All Out. Then what was it? Did someone from AEW tell them this? Then what's the point of it? Then why'd they do it? It's insane. Did someone from AEW tell them this? If they did, that's insane. Fire that person. Fire who booked it then. Oh, no, we just brought him back because, just because he's cool and he's my friend. Like, what? Then why would you bring a wrestler back? Like, what? So the shit on the show is supposed to get me hyped to see the pay-per-view, to want to buy the pay-per-view, and they brought him back to not get me hyped to see for me to go, fuck this show and turn it off? What?
You what?
So speaking of MJF, it's been announced that CMLL's 92nd Anniversario, headlined by MJF versus Mystico in the title versus mask match, will be available on pay-per-view through Triller TV. So AEW's not on Triller, but CMLL is. So yeah, hopefully people tune in and buy it. I don't know, maybe Andrade shows up. Ace Austin, former TNA superstar, says signing with AEW was a no-brainer. He says the way the whole thing actually kind of fell into place was pretty crazy, but considering AEW was an option, it's a top option, right? A no-brainer. Yeah, I mean, he's making a lot of money. I just think it's time for him to go to NXT I was saying get Ace and Bay to NXT a long time ago. So Tony obviously offered him just lighter schedule and like lots of money. And I just hope he's not stupid about it. And here's the thing, man, like people got to understand too, Tony Khan is cheap. Okay. He is cheap. So lots of money as in like you do get a good chunk of change up front. And especially when you get this is all elite graphic. When you get that, you're on 6-figure salary. 100K plus or more, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, would NXT give him 100K? He'd for surely be in NXT. Would they give him 100K to be there? I don't know. But then he gets the access and the marketing machine and the good booking and all that. So I could see him negotiating Tony Khan, 150K and whatever the fuck. I don't know. But good for him. And yeah, I hope I hope he thrives, and I just hope he doesn't do anything stupid while he's there, and he doesn't really get any on him. And I hope it was like a 3-year deal, and then he just goes to NXT still, or maybe he's main roster ready by that time. Who knows? It seems like it doesn't really matter how old you are. They're just like, go to NXT first when you come to WWE from AEW. So. Moving along, Nigel McGuinness and his partner Kaori are expecting a child together. Congrats to them. Fucking huge news. Amazing stuff. Round of applause for them. What a blessing. So Mercedes Monea Reflexa on 10 years since NXT of Brooklyn expresses gratitude to wrestling a soulmate Bailey. This anniversary isn't just a celebration of a match. It's a celebration of a pivotal moment that forever changed the landscape of women's wrestling. Happy 10th anniversary to the match that altered the course of my life and the trajectory of women's wrestling. I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to my wrestling soulmate, Bailey. Thank you for being my partner in this journey, both in and out of the ring. The bond we shared is unlike any other, and I can't imagine navigating this incredible business without you. You have challenged me, inspired me, and most importantly, stood by me. Together, we changed the game. So that's courtesy of the Monet Omega. And yeah, shout out all of the NXT retro nostalgia vibes that we've gotten over the last couple days here. It's been great. So AEW Collision, speaking of not great, AEW Collision drew its third lowest audience in show history for last Saturday's episode. Collision averaged 235K viewers, down 22% from the prior week, with a 0.05 in the key demo, down 30% from the prior week. Ooh, stinky, dude. Oh my God, this show's going away. This show is going away, dude. Fuck, man. This was my favorite wrestling show. When Collision dropped and it was like Punk and Joe and FTR, it was like, bro. And they started doing something different. Like they would have some of the wrestlers would talk, like the ones who were in the main event would talk some shit. Then it'd kick into the Elton John. And then it was actually booked like a fucking show. God damn it, man. Now look at this is just worse than Rampage. You guys remember Rampage? Oh, shit, man. God damn it. What the fuck, Tony? What did you do? Year-over-year Collision was down 12%, with the 18 to 49 being down 38%. Oh, God. Damn it. I hate even talking about the fucking ratings anymore, but like, God damn it, man. What happened? So Andrade's latest tweet, Mexico mask versus hair, MJF's a pussy. Ricochet suggests, we'll circle back to that. We got some Ricochet stuff. So Tony Schiavone responds to critics saying AEW might have struggled to book a strong card for All Out due to the absences of Will Ospreay, Kenny Omega, and Swerve Strickland. No, that's not why. It's because of the fucking booking of the best guy.
Best guy is Tony Khan.
That's why. And Shivani said, so the critics are saying that we weren't going to have a good card. Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we get one of those critics on here and have them book a card for us? Hey, Shivani, yeah, DM me and give me 3 months of television like Tony Khan had. When was their last pay-per-view even? 2 months even? Give me that. Give me fucking 2 shows a week, 8 weeks, and I'll fucking book a better card, bro. Like, what are you talking about? You don't have to say shit like this and embarrass yourself. Why don't we get one of those critics on here to see them book a card for us? See how they come up with one. I'm all for that. Find them, bring them on, have them book a card. Bro, anyone can book a card, though. This is why what Shivani's saying is redacted. Anyone can just like, oh, here's some matches. Okay, are we talking about with good stories built up to it and shit? Yeah, dude. Yeah, give me 3 months and the same resources. Make it where make this situation happen. Me telling Tony Khan what to do, and he just pretends it's him doing it, and see if it's not light years better. And he does no say. And that might be arrogant to say, but I feel like a fucking sophomore in high school who's like a diehard wrestling fan could do a better job. So, hey, what am I saying? And as we have them book a card, have them go fuck themselves too. How's that sound? I don't know, man. It sounds like fake. I need to hear. Does someone have the clip of this? Tag me in it on X at prowrestletimes. Give me a follow and tag me in it. Okay? And yeah, let's hear the tone of his voice, because this sounds like faux outrage. Yeah, let's get them to book a card, and then they can fuck themselves, because it's Sting. And you can go, screw. He's got one good call in the history of his fucking... No, that's rude. So yeah, MJF responds to Andrade and says, LOL, no, get over without burning another bridge. Then we can discuss us having a match at all, pussy. And he's like, burn a bridge. See, here's the problem too, is that with MJF a little bit, is that like him and Andrade are probably cool. Like I wouldn't put it past that they've texted each other, or maybe even if they haven't, they just understand that they're working. Right. But the thing with MJF is he just does like the low blow shit. And I get that's his character, but it's like you can be more intelligent than like as soon as someone goes pussy, it's like a problem. MJF's got to like go for the low blow, you know, like the jugular. And it's like, come on, man, you can be more clever than that is the thing, right? So MJF is like, I love Sammy. No, I don't, but I'm not him. Fucking try me. I'll boot you off the face of this earth faster than Charlotte booted you out of your house, amigo. And like, here's the thing. I know MJF's doing his... Andrade's a businessman too, so he's not going to fuck around and like... Well, I don't know. He might, bro. Like, that's the thing. He might actually try and fight you, MJF. But you got to think that they know each other. Right? Otherwise, I just don't think they'd go this hard. Because even MJF like backed down from Bully Ray. And the we seen on the last show we covered it, like Bully Ray was being critical. MJF put out this tweet that was clearly directed at Bully, and then all of a sudden he's like, this isn't about Bully, by the way. And it's like, well, then who is it about? You know? So I think there's a mutual there, maybe aggregating this shit. Do not aggregate. Fucking cringe lords. Speaking of cringe lords, we'll circle back to that. So there's been discussion in adding new younger members to Hurt Syndicate. That's cool. Would have been cool if it was Cedric, but is what it is. Timeless Tony Storm shares her thoughts on Mariah May and Blake Monroe in WWE. She was on Ariel Helwani's MMA show. Now, I'm going to shit on Ariel Helwani a little bit here. No offense to him, but his whole like uncrowned thing, I think, didn't pan out the way he thought it would. And I think if I was AEW, I'd be like trying to offer this guy a fucking job or something. And I'm not joking. I think we'll see him jump on to the TKO wagon or something officially. His MMA interviews and shit, the boys in the back, like his MMA interviews, like people tune into those, right? And, people tune into his boxing stuff, and he does, I don't know, he breaks news. A lot of people think he's kind of weaselly and he sort of dictates a lot of narratives that blow up people's spots and shit like that. Dana White recently said he'd be open to having Ariel Helwani back, but Ariel's like really jumping on the fucking pro wrestling train. But people are pointing out like Ricochet's interview on Helwani gets 6K views in a day. 6K views in a day, man. And I'm not shitting on Helwani or anything, but like, bro, that's a problem. That shows you how little people care about AEW. That shows you that Ricochet doing this whole, I'm working a shoot. I'm just working by being a complete and utter fucking cringe lord thicko. I'm just working heel, man, or whatever excuse he wants to try and come up with. Because when Disco went up to him at that fucking indie show, he's like, it's all good, man. We're just working. And then he goes on X and spurgs out like fucking, these fucking sickos are stupid, man. Or these wackos or whatever. These WWE fans are fucking stupid, man, whatever. And then you do an interview on Ariel Helwani, gets 6K views, bro. Like, it just shows that that's not really working the way you think. That, like I called it, yes, you get all the sickos jumping on your ship and being like, fucking, yeah, man, this guy rules. But like, okay, it's just internet sickos and bot accounts, bro, that you're appealing to. I promise. Like, this shit isn't actually outside of that. Who's tuning into your interview? We're seeing people on Chris Van Vliet's channel outdraw Will Ospreay interviews in one day, 8 months after his interview came out. Like, that's a fucking problem, man. That's a real problem. And people say like, it's internet marks. It's like, their fans are internet guys, and you'd think they'd cater to that. Their fucking most diehard fans are Twitter sickos and people who illegally stream the shit. I fucking promise you. I promise you. Because you don't see the fucking social media impressions anywhere else. Okay? You don't see it anywhere else. And even on YouTube, a lot of people, man, if you look online, there's some of these Facebook groups, there's some of these Reddit groups who are like WWE groups. And sometimes they'll bring up AEW and they don't even go like, fuck that company, it's trash. There's some YouTubers who make like kid-friendly content where they go toy hunting, and even they shit on AEW, dude. And they're like, these are trash, whatever. And they don't like go out of their way to be unkind, but their communities, man, if you look around, okay? Like, I know some other YouTubers and shit. If you look around, who do, like people who make wrestling, like other communities, a lot of WWE fans will say, yeah, I'll check out AEW. Like, I'll look on their YouTube if there's any clips. Like, if there's anything I go, I was an Ambrose fan. What did Moxley do here? And I'll watch it on YouTube. That seems to be, now again, this is anecdotal, me just saying like what I've seen or whatever, but out there, but I don't know. I would say it's kind of consistent throughout. Like there are a lot of WWE fans as well. And we know that WWE fans turn out on YouTube and everything. And they will even go check out AEW on YouTube and stuff like that. But they're not going to go out of their way to like buy a pay-per-view and shit like that, you know? So the greater point I'm getting at, and this started by me kind of shitting on Ariel, is just like Ariel's thing isn't reaching as wide as he thought it would, first and foremost, him being like independent and all this shit. I just think that there's other people covering MMA, like MMA Guru's like funny, you know, it's, you know, PWT is like the MMA guru of fucking pro wrestling in a way. We're just like fucking do hacky impressions and, you know, try to make jokes at everything. And like he'll get more views than Ariel and shit. And it's just this new wave, man. It's just the way people consume content now. It's different. And just because you're like, oh, I have access to all the AEW people or WWE people and shit, it doesn't really make that big a difference. Right? And that showed. And it also, like, Tony Khan giving these people, like, their TV shows, like, there's 500,000 watching on Max because everyone's on streaming now. Then where's 100,000 of those people to watch Fingershay's interview on fucking Helwani then? You know what I'm saying? Like, how much are you paying that guy? And he's actively running away like old fans who might have went and fucked with him because he's all butthurt, literally and figuratively, over his own actions and how WWE booked him and whatever the fuck. And he just milked Tony Khan out of money. How does Dave Meltzer look at 6K views on a Rick? He doesn't even talk about that shit. But then he tries to tell us there's 500,000 watching on Max. Where's 50,000 people to tune into Ricochet shit? How is he making a difference in your company? I roast Meltzer and can get 5K fucking views. Like, come on, man. It's just something's got to be changed. I fear it's too late. But anyways, we took a long way of getting to Toni Storm putting over Mariah May / Blake Monroe in only the way that she can. And she's brilliant, by the way. I think Toni Storm is worth whatever they're paying her because I bet she's the reason, like, there's 100,000 people still holding on to this fucking show, holding on for Toni Storm, you know?
Sure. What about keeping tabs on people? You had this very...
That's a gross exaggeration, by the way. I know. I'm just being silly here.
Famous feud with Mariah, right? Now she's over there.
No. Yes. Well, you know, we've all had relationships like Mariah, haven't we? That end in broken glass, fist fights, bloody kisses. What can I say about Mariah? God, we're just, she's the single most evil, cold-hearted bitch I've ever met in my life. I can honestly say that. And I'm glad that I've banished her. I really did compromise her to a permanent end. But I'm a big fan of that Blake Monroe.
Okay. Do you keep tabs on what she's doing?
I've seen a bit, but I don't like study it religiously.
Okay.
So,
like, Ariel's MMA fans don't want to see this at all, but he's sliding. So is TMZ. Everyone's getting in the space. But ain't no motherfuckers talk to you for 5 hours the way Phil Marks do. No, but for real, okay? So we talked about Ricochet, right? And he was on Ariel Helwani as well. One quote he said is that he suggests that families unable to afford WWE tickets can try attending an AEW show. And what? Watch Moxley get butt fucked with a spiked fucking strap on next week? Like, what's the next thing they do? And what? Watch Hangman hang a guy with a chain after he stabs him with a fucking scissors in Minecraft. And there's, you know, like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is like the delusion. Hey, yeah, families, come see the Rizzler and, you know, this guy get a fucking needle stuck through his cheek and then slammed on a brick. And this old Japanese guy fucking throw Michael Oku on his neck. And, like, what are you talking about, man? It's just crazy. You're literally a guy whose T-shirt and logo on Twitter is like you being all psycho with blood. Oh, well, there was Kane. Well, what about Cactus Jack? Yeah, it was few and far between. You in Minecraft and Minecraft Dynamite are shanking people with fucking scissors. Okay. You Moxley's getting shanked. There's in Minecraft, there's plastic bags over faces, body bags, kidnappings, tie-ups, people tied up, baby invasions, pizza cutters. Like, come on, man. It's just you have a bunch of people going in this is what it is, man. You have Tony Khan, who's like stoned and waking up at noon and fucking staring into a notebook all day, not even looking behind him. And he's trying to herd a bunch of like the finest cattle in the world. And yes, I say that. Fine athletes who are, or like not even that, but just like some of the finest cattle and some of the shittiest cattle or sheep in the world. And he's just got his back turned to them and they're all just going in different directions. Is that a bad analogy? That was a redacted analogy, okay? I don't know, but you guys get what I'm saying. Like, everyone's going in different directions. There's no clear road. There's no like, hey, everybody stick to this path and we'll find the promised land. There's none of that. It's just people saying dumb shit and sickos suggesting dumb shit, which we're going to get into. And so here's what Ricochet had to say on Ariel Helwani, and just listen to his lack of confidence while saying this shit. I mean, I don't even know if he believes the shit he's saying, and he's just using these buzzwords like bad faith. And just listen to this shit. Listen to this shit right here.
Every company's goal is to make the most money possible. That's the goal of every company. That's why
AEW hasn't made $1.
Make a company. So it's like you can't argue against that. But it's like
so you can't argue that, but it's like when I'm getting $500,000 or $750,000 a year and can work whatever day I want, and this fucking guy's giving it to me, and he gives me my Mark Fantasy where I get to fucking headline a Tokyo show that nobody shows up to because New Japan's dying because of us. You know, you can't argue that they want to make money, but, you know, when I can mark this money marking for $750,000 fucking dollars a year, it's great, man.
You fucking mark!
You guys just are bad faith. You're just bad faith hating. It's not me, it's you, bro. You guys are just bad faith haters.
we feel, it's like
you feel, motherfucker. Who's we? Right? The rest of the locker room ain't we, bro. They're all fucking, they're sitting here going, yo, don't speak for me, dude.
Things are being done in bad faith. That's when, I feel it's like, okay, then let's get a little crazy. Like,
I feel, but what's real, dude? When we feel it's in bad faith, okay, but it's not in bad faith. I don't hate AEW. I got a wake-up call. I got a fucking, I don't know, dude, just like a splash of cold water in the face the last few days of me just realizing, like, oh, they might be fucked, which we're about to get into, trust me. Okay, we're getting there, chat, but I think I've batted harder for AEW than a lot of people, and I try still. I'm like, well, this was good, and I just make myself look stupid fucking doing it. And if I drew a line in the sand and went, fuck AEW or fuck the Fed, I could probably get more fucking Twitter followers that way, but still haven't done it. And they need a facelift, seriously. And this guy's sitting here talking about, you can't argue they're trying to make money, but, I'm making $1 million and I think this is in bad faith. So let me just like fucking call WWE fans stupid and scum of the earth and fucking spurg out every other day and talk all this shit and run off any fans that I may have brought over from WWE. Because you don't actually care about AEW. You just care about your fucking bank account looking swell. And good on ya. I don't even hate Ricochet realistically. I think, like, honestly, he is one of the better things on their show. Like, if he was doing the same shit minus the scissor stabbing in NXT or on SmackDown, and he had like 2 buff guys behind him and he was just talking shit and wrestling the style he's wrestling and shit. I mean, when he wrestled Benjamin, you saw like a WWE psychology style match. Ricochet's just happier because he gets to, like, he just knows Tony's a fan of him, and the Bucks and Ospreay are going, bruv, he's a fan of you. He's going to give you a fuckload of money when you go there. That's all this is. But instead of saying that, I don't expect him to say that, but don't start calling me bad faith and gaslighting the fucking IWC Ricochet when that's bad faith right there. I don't even like that term, but that's like gaslighting, bro. Don't do that. You're just projecting, bro.
Because it is not, it's, and whether they can say whether they're doing it for this reason or that reason, they can say whatever they need to feel. How most people see it, how most people view it is one way. So why not just say, yo, that's what's up, what y'all doing? We know what y'all doing. But again, they can do.
Most people see what one way? He didn't even specify. Is he saying that most people in AEW view it like they're like the fans are acting or the people in the IWC are acting in bad faith? Is that what he's implying? So I'm going to go and tell them you guys are wrong. What? None of that makes fucking sense. Okay.
Stupid idiot.
And you didn't even explain why anyone's wrong. You're just like, I'm just going to go tell you guys you're fucking dumb and WWE fans are stupid. And if it happened in WWE,
that they got their backers, they got their stuff. But at the end of the day, I think AEW is in a great spot. I think
it is not, bro. It's not. It might not be on TV much longer. And you're like, it's in a great spot. My money's guaranteed through the Khan family until the end of whenever my deal. I got that Goldberg contract, so who gives a shit? You know?
AEW is focused on us. I think
you're focused on you, bro. This is straight gaslighting. Yo, this is straight gaslighting, man. I can't. I'm getting triggered, bro. You guys moved your fucking show because you're not focused on you. And all your sicko fans, not sycophants, those, but sicko fans as well are going, fucking do a show when they're in Saudi, bro. You're so hyper-focused on WWE. In fact, no one gives a shit about AEW unless you guys get asked about WWE shit. You guys run away from pods that get numbers like mine or others, and you call us bad faith and all this shit, and then you go to channels, and I mean, good to them. No hate on anybody, but like channels with like, you know, maybe 500 subs, or they get like a fucking couple hundred views. Will Ospreay's doing interviews with people and getting a couple hundred views and shit on these pods, and all they do is ask you softball shit. And all they do is use you motherfuckers to get clips of you talking about WWE, because that's the only thing that anybody's interested in is when you guys talk about WWE. And you don't see it. You don't fucking see it. You know? And I get it. You don't care. I wouldn't care either. I wouldn't care either. Okay? I wouldn't care either if I was getting that money. But it's just like, God damn it. I'm not bad faith for calling the bullshit out, okay?
Now more than ever, I think they're trying to figure out.
I do take this personally because he's just saying they and shit. Oh, it's they, the black, you know, they're coming, the pesticides. It's they and them. They identify as they, them pronouns, and they're watching you, the eye in the sky of Horus. Right? Like, who's they? What are you talking about?
Ways to create new stories and drama and suspense, and while keeping it still sports based, you know, still create.
AEW is not sports based. Stabbing people with scissors in Minecraft is not sports based. There's no drama or suspense or excitement in AEW. That's the biggest problem. There's no suspense. It's like Scooby-Doo or Family Guy. 1 week, people get zip tied and bags over their heads, thrown into trunks, and are kidnapped. The next week, they're just at work and they're like, man, that was a rough That was a rough weekend. That was a real rough night last week, huh? Dude, I got a tattoo. Dude, me too. What does mine say? Awesome. No, what does mine say? Dude. Yeah, dude, I know, but what does mine say? I forget the bit, but right? FTR gets bags put over their head and fucking duct taped, and then they just show up next week and they're like, boy, my booty hole's tired. You know, like, what the fuck happened? Like, what happened to them? Do we get any? How did they escape? Was there a call to police? They just sanction a match? Tony Khan isn't like, oh, well, you know, we called the police. And these guys, like, no, there's no suspense. There's no, like, means to any end. There's no nothing.
Being an alternative to what people have known for years.
He's just saying all the talking points, and I'll explain why. Because he doesn't believe in this shit. It's like if I just come here, like, you're a shill for the Fed. I would be here going like, oh, well, this Tuesday on NXT, right? It just wouldn't be real. The reason people flock to the show is because I'm spitting, okay? I'm just shooting from the hip, man. And you don't have to be in the biz. You don't have to be fucking, what's your bump card at, man? You don't need to do that to fucking, and it just shows with this 6K views in a day. No one wants to hear this fake bullshit, bro. Be real. Yo, I'm getting a shitload of money. I do whatever the fuck I want. You don't even have to say it like the way I'm saying it, but like just, you could just touch on those things and be like, I think this style of wrestling's better, or I'm having more fun. I felt like a little disrespected in WWE, and I feel like their fans are being disrespectful, so I'm going to disrespect them back. It is what it is, man. We're having fun on social media. I think I'm healing. Some people don't, whatever. But it's none of that. It's just like this bullshit generic Robetronic answer. Oh, yeah, everything's great, man. You might as well just say that. This is great, and this is great, and it's all great. Right? So things aren't so great, though. Let's pull this up for a second. Let me check in with chat here. Guys, you can come on over if you're on X, youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Hit like, hit subscribe, consider super chatting in, consider becoming a member, consider checking out and joining my Patreon. That's how you support PWT if you like what I do. And thank you guys for 7,100 subs on the main channel, dude. That shit is amazing. And we're almost at 2,100 on the second channel. That's where the replay will be. If you guys are watching on YouTube too, you guys notice this little QR code there. Consider scanning that, and it just it goes to my link tree. Everything's just right there. You can click and sub and all that good shit. Appreciate you
come on
guys,
now,
you know
Eric.
F1WGP7 has been a member for 12 months. Hell fucking yeah, dude. Member Monday shows rule. Okay, memberships get you access to those. I'm catching NXT tonight. It was awesome. What's chat saying? What is chat saying? Tony Khan talking right now. MJF went in wearing a mic. Yeah, it's not like from outside the door, like a boom mic picking it up. It's him like on a microphone. It's just so bad. Everything they do, man. It's so Bush League amateur. And we're going to get into that. We're not done AEW news yet. Very cringy, him and his partner. To be honest, I have to watch NXT again. I missed the first half hour because I overslept. Yeah, so I turned it on last night. I passed out, and then I woke up this morning and then turned it on right in the morning. Where pile drivers go to die. Here we go. So I mean, his link tree. Yeah, scan that QR code, guys. There's just quick links there if you're like, oh, I want to get the pod on Spotify or whatever the fuck, you know? Ladies and gentlemen, George is begging everyone. We try to get to 100 likes here, guys. If you could hit the fucking like button, even if you're hate watching, it helps the algorithm and all that shit. Because even if you're hate watching, come on, you want this show to grow bigger, so more haters join too, right? So make sure you guys hit that like. I really appreciate you. We're going to get into the finale of this AEW news segment, which is going to be quite interesting, to say the least. Okay. So, yeah, let me chug down some iced coffee here. A couple gulps. Pause. Right? So, we've talked about AEW and how their TV it's looking doom and gloomy. We laughed about the collision numbers. We do it all the time. They're doing like down 30% from the previous week, 40% year over year in the key demo, 0.05 in the key demo. Dave always talks about that's the only thing that matters. We talk about how Ricochet does an interview on Helwani, and in 24 hours it gets 6K views. And it just shows you, like, where's the interest? There's no interest in AEW. Now, another grave mistake that they've made, in my opinion, was moving All Out to an earlier start time. To go, people are like, it's up against Wrestle. No, it's not. They pussied out and they backed out and they listened to Dave Meltzer. It's not up against shit. They're just on at an earlier fucking time. And so the only matches we know about thus far, dude, are Timeless Tony Storm, Jamie Hayter, Chris Statlander, and Tekla in a 4-way for the women's world title. Why? How do we get these all the time? Fuck. Who wants to see this? We're getting MJF versus Mark Briscoe. Okay. They've been like kind of building up to this. In a coffin match. So we're getting a casket match. Moxley versus Allen. No story. Just like, oh, they hate each other. Body bags, coffin, because Darby Allin, face paint, spooky. What's it going to change? We've gone over it. What's it going to change for Neo Moxley? What's it going to change? He's on the show without the title. When he had the title, he kept it in a suitcase and he wasn't carrying the title around. I talked about this earlier in the preview of the show. As fans, visually, we don't even register anything's changed. He's just still running amok, like Tony Triple Cups running amok and slowing every time down. Right? He's just fucking, they're not drawing. They're doing shit ratings. Nothing's changed. He just shows up, chokes out fucking Roderick Strong, chokes out Daniel Garcia, whatever. And it's not like, oh, the title's on TV. Like, nothing changed. The whole Hangman Page Moxley thing just led to nothing. Moxley loses the belt and nothing. He's just feuding more people and kidnapping and killing more people in Minecraft. It's fucking ridiculous. Eddie Kingston's taking on Big Bill. Cool. Who gives a shit? Out of nowhere, who cares? Oh yeah, and then the dirt sheets come out and go. Fightful comes out and goes, oh, bringing Kingston back wasn't to generate buzz or hype for this card. So then what the fuck was it? Why would you even fucking put it on the show? Like, who in AEW told them that, or who in Fightful made that up? So then what's the point? I just don't get it. I'm just at a loss, right? And so a lot of sickos are pitching their shitty ideas. They're saying shit like, oh, when Mania goes to Saudi, fucking run a show that day. Why? And then you explain to them why that makes no fucking sense. And then they go, well, it could just be it doesn't even have to be that day. Could be the next week. So you just want them to add another PLE and flush a bunch of more money down the fucking toilet because you don't really care. You don't really care about AEW. You don't really care. And one of these guys here, Andrew Baydala, he has his pitch. Okay. And here's what he says. My idea, seeing the landscape and potential future. Now, we have a guy we're going to dive into. A guy, Nicolo Piccolo. I'll give this a like and retweet, right? Nicolo Piccolo here, okay? We have a thread that we're going to go over with more of the landscape painted out or portrayed, or I don't know the word, just showing more of the landscape, okay? And explaining it in a way that is actually feels very doom and gloomish for AEW, unfortunately. And what I've extrapolated from this And just from things I'm hearing and things that discussions I see with people like Nick involved online on social media. Yeah, I just don't know. To me, I'm the biggest optimist ever. I've said things like in 30 years, AEW will exist, just even if it's like a small indie running out of gyms. Tony will never let this thing die. I'm sitting here more convinced than ever that in 2027, unless something incredibly drastic happens. And it could happen. It fucking could. And I'm going to pitch some ideas of what I think Tony could do. I already said one earlier. Fucking hire Helwani. Offer him a job he can't refuse. Offer him a fucking job. Do it, man. I think he'd jump at that opportunity. Our fans hate him. The sickos hate Helwani. Who gives a shit? Fuck those guys. Fuck them. Are they here? Fuck them. No. But here's Bay Dallas. We're going to try and get through this. It's just 5 minutes of, I don't know. Let's listen.
All right, everybody. Happy Wednesday. I hope you all are doing well. I've seen a lot of questions, a lot of concern, and a lot of topics, rumor, innuendo about certain things going on in the professional wrestling and sports entertainment world. One of them being ESPN, WWE, and WrestlePalooza. I'm going to spend a couple seconds on that, but I'm going to tell you something that I think you'll want to hear and or discuss right here in this video regarding the other company, All Elite Wrestling, and some thoughts and feelings on them. Certain providers that currently are not on this list are going to get worked out sooner rather than later, hopefully before this a great form of entertainment. Some people enjoy professional wrestling and sports entertainment for exactly what it is. It's good guy, bad guy, or it's this wrestler versus that wrestler. They enjoy the storylines, they enjoy who's where, and they enjoy championships and matches and all that other stuff. And that's perfectly fine. For me, I look at this from the business perspective, and I look at things differently. And that's what makes the world go around. But what I am going to say here is you've seen what WWE, TKO, and Endeavor have done with their media rights. But you got to go back and see what they did before they became so very popular and before they were getting millions or billions of dollars.
This better be about AEW soon.
Billions of dollars for them, which is brilliant. But what they are also doing is limiting the space that AEW could possibly get money from.
Right. So he is on there. And what I believe very, very ever so confidently is that TKO wants 100% of the pro wrestling market share. I am convinced of that now. And we're going to get into that as this goes on here.
In terms of providers, cable networks, whatever, buying their media rights, which could become a problem. So basically, WWE has pretty much control over the landscape for the next, 4 to 5 years. So what I'm suggesting, what I believe AEW should do, is AEW should create their own direct-to-consumer platform. Wrestling.
The fucking oldest pitch in the book. This is what Tony should have did from day one, and then he should have went to all the indies that he wanted to feature and say, fucking all you guys, I'll sign you deals on my platform, promote it, get your subscribers over here and all this shit. And IWTV and shit would have been mad at him, though. Tony's an IWTV mark. So he's like, I can't do that. But okay, we know this is a fucking oldest deal pitched in the book. Bro, they need a drastic, I look at it from a business perspective. Really?
Fans across the border screaming for an all-in-one encompassing place so that they could watch professional wrestling and sports entertainment. It's not the most profitable. That's why you're not seeing WWE TKO do it. But they did do it. March 2021 was the end of the WWE network, essentially, with the pay-per-views at the time, now PLEs, being on the WWE network.
So go and make your own network after they proved that didn't work. Yeah, Tony should do that now, but who's going to fund it? It's his dad's goddamn money. This is the problem. I didn't realize this as much either. It's his dad's goddamn money, and people view Tony as a fucking nuisance. Okay? This is just his vanity project to keep him hands off of other shit as much as possible. And Shad Khan would love to be in the pro wrestling space because look at the business it does. And this is fine and everything. But they haven't made $1 and the pressure's on. Like, you need to make money with this fucking thing. Or else what is the point of this?
There's the whole selling point of
this guy's like, invest more. I also heard rumors as well. Dirt Sheet Phil over here. I heard rumors that they are seriously talking about doing a sequel, like a second video game. And no one's down. Everyone's like, no, this is a fucking no. Like, this is an absolute, the first one was a disaster. We wasted so much fucking money on it. This is not happening. So
platform with some original content, et cetera, et cetera. I believe AEW should create their own direct-to-consumer platform.
So they have to invest in all that and then market that. You know how much that fucking costs? You know how much that fucking costs, bro? And then they run their own pay-per-views off it. Well, WWE did it. So you want to do old WWE, dated WWE shit. It's fucking pretty crazy, man. And that's very Tony Khan to do that. But this is just like, this is an idea that's long gone. Tony would be better off just putting it all on YouTube at this rate.
They have the money. All they have to do is get the infrastructure. I'm sure.
See, exactly. They have the money. That's all anyone can say. They have the money. How much more do you think Shad Khan's willing to put up, man? Tony Khan, come on down.
Sure, Tony has some very high connections, whether it be at the WWE, X talent, people who did that in terms of, streaming rights and all this other stuff, or the NFL, MLB, NHL, NBA. I'm sure Tony Khan and AEW have the connections, and they could find the right people to put into place to have this infrastructure. Create a singular home for.
So hire a bunch of more people. When he's already cutting corners on buildings and union workers and their cameramen are just local camera dudes. They don't. Are you fucking kidding me? Holy fuck, man. What just like an outdate. This is a 5-year-old tape.
AEW's pay-per-views, their television platform shows. You could also put new original content on it. Exactly what the WWE Network was.
And who's going to pay to produce it? Who's going to pay to produce it, bro? Oh, I have an idea. Fucking waste a bunch of more money. And maybe then you'll get the more money after fucking wasting all this fucking money already. Holy shit.
But for AEW, wrestling fans are asking.
And I get it, man. When like business people, like when things are in dire times, like there's an opportunity. I get it. But holy fuck, bro, do the WWE Network.
For one place that they could watch all their content. WWE's not going to do that because they're getting insane amounts of money for this.
Right.
But WWE used to. Besides Raw and SmackDown, which were on.
They used to, but they had the money to sink into it. Like Tony you just spend another $100 million next year. Okay. This is what Dave did. I blame Dave, right? Because Dave Meltzer's like, he's this guy who fucking, they're making 3.6 milli every week, Brian. Actually the rail price is, except, they've got Bruce Wayne money, Batman. Like, what the fuck, man? He's got these people convinced like he can just waste what? 100 million on this too?
On the network at a later time due to their media rights contracts. WWE used to do this with the WWE Network. And you're not going to make the most money. But you could build and you could weather the storm.
Bro, it's already been that, though.
When it comes, you can get new media rights and you can get off the AEW network or whatever they're going to call it. My suggestion would be AEW 1.
No, bro, because here's the problem. Dave always goes, the numbers are private and the numbers are fudged. And then so AEW starts their own network and then reports their own bullshit. We partnered with Nielsen or whatever the fuck. They report their terrible numbers. Hey, they have one of these. It's called Honor Club. How many people fucking go to that? The fake numbers, Dave will stooge those. They're massive right now. try and help get them a TV deal? Is that what you guys are hoping for? That's your only play. It's fucking ridiculous what you're saying.
But for me, AEW should highly consider this because we don't know what's going to happen in 2026 with WBD, especially with all the Paramount rumors.
Right.
We don't know what's going to be available to them.
We do know, or Nicolo Piccolo knows, which we're about to talk about
in the next coming years. So let's take away all the what ifs and create AEW's direct-to-consumer platform where it is AEW all in one. That's it for me. Let me guys.
Fucking worst idea I've maybe ever heard in my life. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit, bro. What a fucking terrible idea. So here's what's really going on. And I'm about to read this shit. And I talked to people smarter than I today. I didn't spend the day doing this. Did a fuckload of editing. But I spent some time today mulling this over and making heads or tails of this. And I'm going to read this thread, okay? This Nicolo Piccolo thread. And basically, he's been right about a lot of shit, okay? And it's because it's his job to understand this stuff, right? At the end of the fucking day. And Nick is a guy who, whether it's public or not, like there's people signed a fucking paradigm where it's in WWE where it's not public, right? There's like the ones who are public with it, and then there's some who aren't. Big fucking names. And he represents like a faction of fucking some of the biggest names in the business and shit, okay? It's his job to know what people get paid. It's his job. This thing that Meltzer says, this outdated thing of like, oh, well, they keep the numbers private. Right. Yes. Streamers kept the numbers private. Some of them still try and get away with that shit. But like actors in Hollywood and like people who get numbers and their agents and representatives in Hollywood, they all figured that out 4 years ago, Dave. And they've all like, when they go into negotiation, hey, this comedian's special is going to be on Netflix. The fucking names, NBA knows what the numbers are. Period. They know what they're doing on Max. I'd be hard pressed to think Tony Khan does, and if he doesn't, he's just les incompetents, as they say. Home Alone, no, he's just incompetent. You know, if he doesn't, and these. You know, there's folks who are able to piece things together. If you guys follow Nicolo Piccolo, man, he knew Brock Lesnar's coming back. It's not like anybody has to phone him and tell him this shit. He can just put one and one together. He has more insight than most people do. He's able to call this. He called this fucking Paramount thing that's going down. Why? Because is it calling it or is it stooging it a bit? Because he just knows what the fuck he's talking about at the end of the day. And here's what I find so incredibly sad is that he is giving AEW and Tony Khan's like trying to get him fired and shit. You know what I mean? I'm sure he's just behind the scenes. Oh, who the fuck is this guy? Everyone's freaking out. And this is like the Ricochet thing where he's like, well, it's bad faith. And, you know, I'm just going to check. I feel like it's no, bro. We're putting you guys up on game. Nicolo Piccolo is putting AEW up on game right now. He's giving you free game on Twitter. This is what they think. I said this back in fucking July, dude. I said, maybe Nick's trying to help AEW. How do you guys know what he's trying to do when he tweets all this shit out? How do you know he's not just giving free game? That if you were smart, as Dave Meltzer would say, the dumbass, instead of hiding on his fucking message board, is this guy legit? He's legit, right? Instead of Tony Khan like trying to get people fired and shit. I'm just joking. I don't even know if that, but I mean, sickos went after this dude. They tried to dox him and all this shit. It's fucking crazy. Over him just like dropping free game for everybody. Like, yo, you all could learn from this. Tony could read this thread and learn something instead of reject it. No, it's like a kid. You're trying to spoon feed him peas. No, mommy, I don't want peas. Right? So what I've extrapolated from this, and I asked around. I'm not an asker. But I asked around, and I'm going to read some of this stuff. And what I've extrapolated from this is that, and here's an idea, Baydala. AEW, hire Nicolo Piccolo. Hire Nicolo Piccolo. How about that? Let me drop a bomb. There's an idea. You got to shake shit up, baby. Give him an offer he can't refuse. Don't you want this guy who's fucking on your team? Holy shit, I would. I said it a long time ago. It's like Ari Gold. You guys ever watch Entourage? That's like the greatest show ever. It's like Ari Gold, dude. That's who he reminds me of. And there's an idea, Baydala. Oh man, make a streamer and like put it all on a fucking streamer, call it the AEW network. Fucking great idea. Jesus Christ. Maybe what are you going to come up with next? Rubbing two sticks together and making fire? What the fuck is wrong with you? But anyways, with Nick, it's like this guy's an innovator. Like, bro, I would like. There's an idea. Shake shit up. Hire Ariel. Hire Nicolo Piccolo. Hire them. Roman's deals up after Mania. Throw fucking. They got the money. Throw $2 million at him. 2 appearances. See what happens. Like do something drastic then, or just don't even pitch these shit ideas anymore. Oh, they should remove some belts. Yeah, it's gonna fucking work. Jesus Christ. Come on, man. So, anyways, I'm going off today. Ellison, Zaslav, and the 2026 clock. The leak of us, and then what I've extrapolated from this. Sorry, I didn't even get to the point. AEW's fucked. They're fucked. And this is all TKO at play to take over 100% of the fucking market share. I'm dropping bombshells tonight. I don't give a fuck. Dirt sheet Phil over here. This is TKO effectively pushing AEW off of TV through this whole Paramount, whatever the fuck that's going on. And that's essentially what this thread almost gets to. It's like the point of it, essentially, what I extrapolated. It's very fucking long. I don't even know if I can read it all. I got to be honest. Okay? But my guy's over here talking about the leak of a supposed all-cash Paramount Skydance bid for Warner Bros. Discovery may have been a strategic move in itself. The timing, incentives, and politics all point to why. Let's see here. Accidentally fucking. Anyways, within 48 hours of the rumor, WBD stock surged roughly 55%. And Paramount Skydance rose roughly 24%. That market response itself boxed David Zaslav in. His board, Wall Street, and his own contract now expect movement. So this is Zaslav's way of getting his money back, right? By going public with it. When they announce this shit, it's all about playing the stocks, and they're all doing it too. But in June 25, Zaslav restructured his deal to secure 20.9 million stock options at a $10 strike, most vest on control, etc., etc. Okay, everyone's making money. Zaslav's contract also ties compensation to getting some deal done by the end of 26. Combine that with a board stacked with deal makers. So listen, like this is bars right here. Zaslav's contract also ties compensation to getting some deal done. What's the deal? Just a deal. Oh, a deal. So like they're building to this Paramount thing and he gets more money and shit, right? Combined with a board stacked with deal makers, and Zaslav has every reason to consider a sale. Ellison's clock is just as unforgiving. The tax law prevents Skydance from bidding on WBD or its assets for 2 years post-split. If he waits past April, he risks being locked out until 28. By floating interest in all of WBD now, Ellison also preempts the most likely post-split scenario. So do you guys get what's going on there? If they do this deal now and shit, like if they split, there's 2 years where they can't touch it. Can't touch this. But if they get it done, and that's why they're like, hey, we're interested in all of WBD. Right? So Warner Bros. Going to, okay, Ellison also preempts the most likely post-split scenario. Warner Bros. Going to auction with Apple, Amazon, Netflix, Comcast at the table. A leak like this closes that window early. Analysts see roughly $3 billion in synergies, whatever, a bunch of money, okay? Warner Bros., corporate overhead, CBS, CNN consolidation. Financially, Ellison's family is positioned. Net worth surged post, whatever, around $400 billion this summer after Oracle's AI rally. Blah, blah. They have making ungodly. Give me $1 million and I'll shut the fuck up. The risks, you hear that, Tony Khan? The risks are obvious. Disney, Fox, Warner Discovery, Viacom, CBS all failed to deliver long-term shareholder value. Linear TV is in free fall, and consumers resist streaming integrations that raise prices or dilute libraries. This leak achieved multiple things. Pushed WBD's valuation up, raising the stakes, pressured Zaslav's board with investor expectations, signaled to Washington that Ellison is prepared to scale under Trump, compressed the timeline before rivals can act. Politics make this, now here, Cook's up here again. Politics makes the play more plausible. Elizabeth Warren, or Pocahontas, as they call her out in the streets, my cousin, what's up? Has already argued a merger must be blocked. Okay, so Elizabeth Warren has already argued that a merger must be blocked. But Trump controls the regulatory process until 28. His administration, not Warren, will decide if such mergers can go down. I know this shit is like, fucking, I'm in math class again. You know what I mean? I get it. Okay, so the Ellisons' orbit is locking in with Trump's media properties. UFC signed a $7.7 billion rights deal with Paramount and CBS, then staged a card at the White House on July 4. He's talking past tense here, but they're staging one. Dana White says fighters would walk out from the Oval Office. Paramount Plus also acquired South Park from WBD in a $1.5 billion deal, adding UFC, CBS, and Colbert's exit, and the cultural pieces begin to align. Boom. This is where it's fucking, we're rocking, fellas. I forgot, we're retiring cooking, and on the member shows we agreed we're totally rocking, pals. We're rocking, fellas. Okay. Under the same umbrella. Okay, so these moves show media powers being consolidated under the same umbrella. So do you guys get it? They're consolidating all this shit under one umbrella. So what this is leading to is AEW might just get bullied the fuck off TV, and then what? They start AEW 1, like Baydal is saying, when they fucking have no money coming in from a TV rights deal. That's how WCW got bought. That's how fucking ECW got bought. That's how ECW went under. That's how fucking WCW got bought for $2 million or whatever, and way underpriced. Why? Because a bunch of those contracts were tied to a big ass company and they had no TV anywhere. So who the fuck's going to buy this thing, right? So anyways, Barry Weiss now leads CBS News, openly aligned with Trump and Ellison's worldview. Her arrival signals the news programming, like sports and entertainment, is being restructured around the same political and cultural orbit. This is not just about Hollywood scale. It is the foundation of a conservative-aligned media infrastructure. A Paramount WBD merger would fold CBS, CNN, HBO, and Warner Bros. IP into Ellison's orbit under Trump's regulatory umbrella. CNN, I mean, come on, dude. Trump was the fucking GM of Raw. Hello, make the connection. You guys are starting to make the connection now, I'm sure. I'm so sorry I'm doing this to you today, chat. You guys are the goated chat ever in the universe for being here. CNN is the pressure point. Historically, it blocked deals. With Trump in power through 28, it could instead be a bargaining chip merged with CBS News, because ESPN's dead. MSNBC's fucking dead, okay, guys? As well. Spun off or leveraged inside Ellison's border media strategy. Scale is so central. Paramount Plus has been about 80 million global subs. Max is about 122. Together, they reach around 200 million, close to Prime Video at about 200 million, and ahead of Disney Plus at about 125 million. So think about that. Netflix remains the leader at about 300 million. That math, dead, explains the urgency. Paramount plus Max are mid-tier, too small alone. Combined, they start to close the gap with Disney, Apple, Amazon, blah, blah, blah. For Ellison, merging is not optional. It is the only path to global streaming scale. He's laying out, like, Tony should be looking at this going, we need to hire this guy to save our fucking, holy shit. You guys know what I'm saying? Like, get fucking, you know, they're going to just get bullied off TV. That's what's going to happen, okay? And Nick is laying out how, listen, merging is not optional for these guys. They are going to, it's not optional. It's the only thing that they will do. Nick's sitting here going, if I'm piecing this together now, what the fuck do you think they have already figured out? In June 25, WBD said it would split into two companies. Warner Bros. Streaming and Studios will hold HBO, Warner Bros. And Max. Discovery Global will house the linear channels, CNN, TNT, TBS, and Discovery, along with much of the debt. And so if AEW stays on TNT, TBS, okay, they split into two companies and they put all the debt on that fucking company that AEW is a part of. It's just a bad look no matter what. It's not good. Not saying any of the debt is like on AEW, but it just shows what they think. You're over there with the debt company, with the debt, you know, like it's trash. To finance the split, WBD secured a $17.5 billion bridge facility from JP Morgan and began courting equity investors for the linear side. Global networks will carry heavy leverage just as ad sales and cable subs are collapsing. Credit agencies move quickly. S&P cut WBD to junk, citing the linear drag. Wall Street views CNN, TNT, and Discovery as declining assets with shrinking margins and rising sports rights costs. The rally in WBD stock is tied almost entirely to the studio side. Zaslav is caught in the middle. His contract rewards a sale by 26. His board, so he's got to make. If he makes this sale, he makes a bunch more money. Zaslav don't give a fuck. And when these new people buy AEW, they're gonna go, "What is this shit? We need to get rid of some of this shit." We're merging with people that work that are in the WWE biz. So what the fuck are you guys? You know what I mean? We're just getting rid of that. UFC just made a deal with CBS. Do you guys see what happened here? What Nick just pieced together? We're dropping bombs here on PWT, okay? And instead of them getting fucking emotional and angry,
Emotional damage.
You think they listen to this fucking guy, read what he's saying, and go, "Oh, holy shit!" Could you imagine if Nick just fucking heel turned and got hired by Tony Khan and just heel turned on the IWC? And saved their fucking... I mean, with him piecing this together, bro, Tony's getting bullied off TV. Oh, everything's great. The greatest year. He doesn't even see this coming. Who do you got working for you, bro? This is what I mean. This isn't the TV business. And that's what Punk realized. That's what Cody Rhodes realized. That's what Jericho knows. But he's just cool because fucking Tony loves him. That's what everybody realizes. Right? So... they might just get bullied off the fucking tube. Like this might be this whole Paramount thing too. Could be like, because, okay, who's in CBS's ears? Oh, TKO people. Who do they have a good relationship right now? So I can't start naming the names like he does. Ellison and all that shit. Who's in their ears? Who have vested interest? Like TKO people. This could be this. Here's my conspiracy. This is them on the DL behind the scenes. And they're just like, yeah, we're fucking with AEW. We're gonna show how we can just kick them off. We'll give Warner Bros. A show. You know what I mean? We'll fucking add an NXT show and fucking do it up with Warner Bros. Like, what do you mean? And this could be TKO behind the scenes influencing people the way that Niccolo Piccolo pointed out that politics and there's lots of influences at play and who aligns with Trump in them. Who do the sickos scream? Oh, it's MAGA. And I don't mean in a MAGA way, but just in this media rights, this alignment with the conservative fucking media rights and all this shit. Tony might have just like bumblefucked his way into getting kicked off TV. TKO just like, we don't even need to go. We'll just slide in and get them off. And then who's number two? TNA. Well, they already have their thumbprint on TNA. Who's the top indies? Indies will always be there, but they WWE ID'd a bunch of indies. So this might be like the monopoly, like for real. It may come to fruition, and I honestly am sitting here in my mind. Ricochet wants to talk about feels. Well, I'll tell you how I feel, which I think this evidence here, I'll back up how I feel with some evidence from someone like Niccolo Piccolo, who understands the business. I would say fairly fucking well in this breakdown. And Dave never gives you a breakdown. Where the fuck's Dave Meltzer on this one, dipshit? Where's Dave? I study the business. Oh, really? Me just reading this thread twice today, I think, is more studying of the fucking business than you've ever done, Dave Meltzer. But I digress with that as well. We'll play flutes later. But I don't know, man. It just, to me, I feel as though AEW might be, I was going to say cooked, but rock solid in 2027. More like rock bottom. Am I right? Am I right, fellas?
Shut up, bitch.
But let's finish this off here. Zaslav is caught in the middle. Okay, for Ellison, that is the opening. A leak now signals that Paramount Skydance can offer a clean, all-cash path before the split locks in, before rivals circle Warner Bros. Alone, and while WBD is exposed in its weakest flank. The game is set. Zaslav eyeing a massive payout. Ellison up against 2026 tax clockwork. Or tax clock, rather. I'm adding words. I'm dyslexic. Linear in decline. Debt market circling under Trump's regulatory watch. This is gamesmanship at the highest levels. And whatever the outcome is, it will reshape Hollywood news and media, some attribution. You know, he's just dropping links like, you know, this guy studies the game. It's his job to. And I read this. It's so funny because I sent a DM today and because I'm like, okay, this is what I'm extrapolating from this. You're smarter than I, right? A couple folks I talked to today. I'm just like, I basically was like, so pretty much AEW's fucked and fucking TKO bully them off TV. Is that what I'm fucking reading is about to happen? And I just got yups. That's pretty much what I'm seeing here. If this is all pieced together correctly, and I'm just inclined to think it is. I'm sorry. It makes all too much sense. And there's Niccolo Piccolo dropping heat, man. And again, I'll throw out ideas, man. Hire a fucking guy. Hire one of these podcasters. No, hire a fucking Ariel Helwani. Well, he is a podcaster. Hire that guy. Hire Niccolo Piccolo. Shake it up. Shake it the fuck up, man. Do something. Completely shake up the roster. Overhaul it. Go away for 6 months and then come back and promise, get them to freeze the fucking deal and go, look, man, just give us 6 months to recalibrate and we'll come back and do better numbers. Do anything, man. Anything to shake it up. You got the Bucks out here fighting who? Jet Speed, or who are they fighting? Top Flight? Like, who gives, man? Do something. You know? And think about a guy. Well, here's the thing, though. Like, Nick has tons of, like, his ties are deep within WWE. Right? But the way he views the business is like, well, McMahon's out of the way, so now I can get my clients in all these big movies. Then I can fucking, you know, do way more with these people and help lock in deals that Vince would block and shit like that back in the day. Now TKO and WWE, they're more open to shit like that. But at the end of the day, like, what do people think I don't think he wants AEW to die. Like, then, because think about it. Let's say one of his clients' fucking contracts come up. Do you think it's better for him to have an AEW there so he can levy deals and negotiations for people? And just like, I'm using Nick because he's out there talking shit, but it's like any of these guys, right? Like, at whatever agency. Yes, having an AEW there is better to work each other because it's all a work too. And that's how Hollywood is. A bidding war starts for talent, for actors, for movies. A script gets, a writer writes a script and their people are out there shopping it around. That's starting to come back more in the movie business as well. That kind of died out. Original ideas, everything's reboot, whatever. But now we're seeing, I think, like 5 or 6 original fucking scripts got picked up, I think, which is like a lot for fucking, you know, Hollywood as of late. So, and I got my finger on the pulse with that shit too. Okay. I try to keep my ear to the streets, the Hollywood Hills. No, I'm not, but you know, I try, you know, but anyways, you know, there's wrestlers signed to Paradigm as well that people don't even know about, that he has ties to. And I remember too, like a while back, I said that like, oh, he represents Darby and shit. I fucked that up. Like he didn't represent Darby, and he represented Rusev, but like getting him the fuck out of AEW, you know what I mean, into WWE. But I think I don't know if he represents Punk or not either, but you guys can Google it, you know, he represents a bunch of people. But yeah, I would hire, if I'm Tony, I'm like looking to a guy like this that you view as a detractor, and you know, Niccolo Piccolo's listed as like a top 35 Hollywood agent in all of sports or whatever recently. I mean, come on, man, just like take the criticism, take it on the chin, shake it up. That's all I'm saying, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe him and I are working together to plant this idea out there to get him a job. He's broke and he needs money. No, no, but seriously, we need better ideas that like, well, they should start a streamer, but who's going to watch it? Give us a fucking reason to watch this shit, man. Like, I can honestly say this confidently that people like myself, Niccolo Piccolo, even a JD, we are AEW's biggest fans, man. Most people who eat at a restaurant they don't like, I've said this a billion times on the show, but they don't leave a review. They don't say like, oh, I fucking hate this and complain to the chef. They just don't come back. They just don't say anything. And that's what happened to AEW. And the people screaming from the fucking mountaintops, here's an idea, here's an idea, here's an idea. Maybe we care, dude. We say this shit because we actually want to see a difference be made. We care more than people lying and patting you on the back like Ricochet and going, oh, man, well, you know, we're not making money, which is like why I'm hired to make this company money, or else what the fuck's the point of hiring Tom Cruise for this movie if he's just like, it's not going to make any fucking money and bomb. It's not all good, man. I'm tired of people telling you it is. And what could it hurt at this point to listen to a Phil Marks? To listen to a fucking Niccolo Piccolo, to listen to someone who's not Dave Meltzer. What could it honestly hurt at this point? Your back's already against the wall. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was AEW News. Ichi Nissan. And the yeah. What an amazing segment. I'm sorry if I bored the shit out of people, but I think I really rocked on at the end. Chat. So Lincoln Hawk for 5 says, you think Tony took his catering costs into account when he decided to bring back Eddie? Come on, that's not very fair, Lincoln Hawk, to make fun of us big fellas. Oh, come on, Eric, that's not very fair.
Come on now, Eric.
To make fun of big fellas. If you head on down to savewithphil.com right now, I'll say type in promo code PWT. You get 20% off on liposuction. You get 20% off on Ozempic. If you use this code right now, chat me up about how The Biggest Loser changed your life. That doc rules too. Thank you, Lincoln Hawk, for your support. Lincoln for 5 again says, to summarize the economics class, AEW ain't shit in the bigger picture and don't watch the news anymore. Yeah, for real, dude. The news sucks ass everywhere. Thank you so much, dude. Let's acknowledge Lincoln Hawk.
Acknowledge me.
And AEW's not, man. These agents have come out and said, like, bro, we don't view it as anything. It's viewed as a fucking joke in comparison. And the notion of Tony can just spend his dad's money, and I might be late to that party too, because a lot of people were like, no. But my whole thing was, well, his dad said he gave him like his will money, right? Like, didn't his dad say, well, I just gave him like his trust fund or whatever? So I'm sitting here thinking, well, that's got to be like $1 billion or something. But now you're hearing shit like, well, if he burned through all that and it's his dad's money still, then what? And it hasn't made $1. Like, the idea behind AEW was they were going to make money, or else Tony would have never did this shit, man. So Cash Monet's been a member for 9 whole months. Folks, if you're on YouTube, there's like 300 watching tonight. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. Subscribe, get us to 7,200 subs. Thank you all so much. We're almost at 3.5 million views, too. It's fucking insane. Thank you guys so much. Consider becoming a member for 99 cents. You can super chat in. You can gift memberships, join Patreon, check out Discord, all that good shit. Appreciate you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, there's 78 likes on the video. Joining me on the show to discuss his thoughts on what Niccolo Piccolo had to say, soon to be returning WWE superstar Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yay!
Hell yeah, we're doing the damn thing. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Get your wallets ready, because it is time for WWE. So Charlotte Flair, much like Naomi, talks about stepping away from wrestling to have children. Now, this isn't a shot at her, but unfortunately she got divorced recently, so, you know, I don't know. It would be better. I think it would be better if the parents were married and shit like that together. I don't know. It's just my fucking opinion. Whatever. Call me. You're a conservative, Phil. You goddamn traditionalist. No, it's just, I don't know. It's very unfortunate, you know, like now you got to like speed date and marry someone and then have kids, or just have kids with someone just because you want to. And I just don't know if that is always the best choice. But hey man, the birth rates are on the decline big time, so I'd fucking hop on it. We need your genetics around for when the fucking aliens invade. But Charlotte Flair says, I want kids one day. That's the thing. I can do both, but it just depends on the time. I think wrestling's in my blood. I don't know any different. Like, I love it, but I do want to be a mom. But I think Trish Stratus coming back and having all these one-offs, and she's 50, look better than half the roster. She's killing it. So I don't think that door will ever close. It's just, I don't know. I want to step away and have children when the time is. Yeah, I mean, and I'm not going to be like, oh, ageist or whatever, but like, you know, the time's coming. So get on it, you know? And I encourage that. I encourage anybody who wants to go have children, go and have a bunch of beautiful children. Shayna Baszler's back on WWE TV. She was previously released earlier this year. She has been working with NXT though. And who knows if she's like gonna be on screen again and like in a fighting capacity. This was like a homecoming show, and she does have a big history in NXT. We're gonna talk about the through line was this NXT show and the TNA invasion, which again, come on now, we all saw it coming if you watched the show especially, but early on I was like, dude, we need that invasion. At Bound for Glory, I think it's all going to come to a head. I've been saying that. You don't want to miss this Bound for Glory. I've been saying that. And look what's happening. Now TNA talent are tweeting out their displeasure of NXT, and they're getting disgruntled. And the announcement was made that Obafemi and Trick Williams, 2 NXT superstars, by the way, will fight each other to like unify the NXT and TNA titles. What a historical fucking time. TNA is going to announce their TV deal. I'm telling you guys that right now, too. I've been on point with all this shit. And I was on point with all the AAA shit again. We covered it last show. There's an unnamed producer in AAA. Who's that? Alberto. Guess who's on the posters fighting Mr. Iguana, the most over fucking guy at the next AAA show that's Mexico focused and based, like I said, and isn't being promoted as a fucking crossover. What did I say? All the AAA shows that aren't like marketed as crossover shows or whatever with WWE, Alberto will be on he's fucking on them. I don't fucking miss. Click, click, boom, baby. So all I'm saying here is I don't think Shayna's going to come back in like a full-time capacity. This is just like she's producing shit. She's agenting matches. She's at the PC. Have her come on TV for this homecoming shit. That's what I think this was. But also just this invasion. How fucking amazing. Homecoming, you pick that big show to really ramp it up and have TNA people tweeting about NXT as well. So people are seeing it in the algorithm and they're like, damn, this homecoming show, we're celebrating NXT, but there's fucking all of this TNA commotion going on and they're angry about it. God, they're doing such a good job booking this invasion correctly. Of course, Shawn Michaels and Triple H got to witness how, Vince wasn't able to do it with the top guys and all of that. And also the homecoming intro, they did like the throwback intro and music, but platinum, but Joe Hendry was a part of it. Notice that as well. Why? They let Jordan go technically early to be in the Rumble and just start her WWE contract. Then Joe Hendry has pen to paper as far as he's in WWE once his TNA time's done. They may have even silently let that go earlier. I haven't heard any rumors or innuendo of that. That's just, it could have happened. They've done it in the past. That was Scott D'Amore, though, I believe. Or maybe the new Anthem guys were all over that Jordan stuff. I'm not sure. I'd have to see a timeline on that. But either way, it's not outside the realm of possibility. Joe Hendry's in the intro graphics. He's more of an NXT guy than a fucking TNA guy. But really, what does it matter? They're crossing over. Well, it does matter because they're drawing a line in the sand, which is awesome. We feel like this war is real, and they're going to steal the name Invasion. Come on. And either way, we're getting an NXT guy walking away with the TNA and NXT titles, or vice versa. You know what I mean? However, I could see Santana being the one to defeat whoever wins both of these titles and him winning both titles and repping NXT and TNA because they love Santana. Okay. And that's a guy WWE's banking on getting down the line as well. And that's a shoot, brother. So they're doing awesome stuff. This NXT show was like, damn, like the wrestling, there was a good amount of it. We got the Vaquer and Rhea Ripley double Devil's Kiss. Booker T just lost his fucking mind. I think we have a fan shot of it. But yeah, it was an amazing NXT, and that invasion situation is sort of the through line throughout this news segment. In fact, we'll just talk about it more. We'll just get into it all and circle back to everything else. But speaking of Stephanie, they wanted to change her theme music. When she went up to the main roster, she contacted Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels made sure she secured her theme. Thank fuck, because it rules. And I hate when they just switch themes up. Speaking of the NXT Homecoming, they had throwback merch on sale for like one night only, which was awesome. Honestly, DIY and Candice LeRae should just stay in AEW, for fuck's sakes, NXT. Stephanie Vaquer commented on Booker T's reactions to commentary. Her and Rhea also both pointed to Booker before they did it. They love that he did it and they love that he does that shit and helps get their moves more over. And I'm sorry if people don't get Booker T as a commentator yet. I don't know, man. I always say, well, it's not for everyone, and I get that. I don't know, man. I think he fucking rules. Him and Vic rule, and they contrast each other. I was going to say night and day, but maybe right? Yin and yang, like black and white, right? They contrast each other, but ebony and ivory, if you will. But no, they really do, and it just works, man. It works for everybody. It really does, in my opinion. to me, it's like, fuck, I don't know. It works, and Booker helped get this move over more. And she says, I love Booker. I miss Booker on Raw because he really made people feel my move. In my last title match in NXT, I saw Booker and was like, this is for you. And then they did it again at Homecoming. Alexa and Charlotte name dropped Paige and Ember Moon. During the opening package, we didn't see Samoa Joe. I don't think we saw Keith Lee either, and we didn't see any Undisputed Era, which sucks because they're all AEW'd up to the max. And that fucking sucks, man, because they were big parts of NXT. We even saw a glimpse of James Storm, the cowboy, which is awesome. Man, they should just fucking bring him into WWE. You know? Where on the main roster, give him a big push? Not even, just like at Mania or something, even just as like the opening match, just have Cowboys James Storm's music hit and see if people don't pop, and just fuck it, you know, give him a moment. And he's 2-0 in NXT. That could work, you know. So Damian Priest joined Rhea Ripley, Lola Vice, Stephanie Vaquer, and Lyra Valkyria in the ring after WWE NXT Homecoming went off the air.
You know, I can't tell you how happy I am that I got to come out here in front of all of you. This is the place of the birth of Damian Priest. Welcome home! Welcome home! Welcome home! Welcome home! Welcome home! Welcome home! We're back!
I remember when Priest was in NXT and he wasn't called Punishment Martinez. I was like, ugh, fucking what the fuck? I didn't have a pod then, obviously, but just in my personal life as a fan, I was like, what the fuck, man? Just call him Punishment. But slowly his character, I always made the joke, like he's become less of the magician Archer and more of Punishment Martinez. He even says it in his promos now. I'm like, he's becoming Punishment Martinez the more his character grows in WWE on the main roster.
Yeah, it's really cool to come out here and see you guys and showing love for us, the past, for the future. This is literally when the stars are born in NXT. This is where we get to have our names live forever, and that's because of all of you. You guys made Damian Priest. You guys made Rhea Ripley. You made so many other superstars that the world loves today, and we can't thank you enough. So from the bottom of my heart, from the new school to the old school, I think we could all agree that we say thank you.
Yeah, this crowd was awesome too. And people are like, they should move back to Full Sail. No, because then this show didn't rule as hard as it did. Jesus. Do you believe Booker T's explanation clears up controversial stories? We'll come back to that. Shout out HBK, who still has a picture of the Undisputed Era. You see Bobby Fish, Kyle O'Reilly, Roderick Strong, and Adam Cole Bebe are all there in HBK's office. So yeah, big ups to Undisputed Era. Like, they were a huge part of NXT, man. And so we talked about this a moment ago, the AAA show as well, front and center. Alberto Del Rio, Alberto El Patron. He's right there. And yeah, dude, I called all this shit. Start a dirt sheet. I'm going to start a dirt sheet with Nicolo Piccolo. Okay, that's what. Speaking of Damian Priest, he was promoting Slayer, which is kind of cool.
Metal fans, it's been 5 months, 5 long months that I've been waiting for this moment, and it's almost here. This Saturday, I'm hosting Slayer. I mean, you're talking about a full night of metal, and fun in Hershey Stadium, Hershey, Pennsylvania. Tickets are still available. Get them at Slayer.net. This is a show you cannot miss. Boom.
Awesome. Damian Priest and Slayer. That should be a fun one. And speaking of NXT, the key demo tied with 3 other episodes since March for Tuesday's homecoming show. NXT averaged 737K viewers, up 13% from last week. The key demo, a 0.17. Collision's doing 0.05. The key demo's the most important, Brian. 21% per Programming Insider increase. Number 10 on all of television in prime time. Year over year, up 9% in total viewers, but the key demo was down 19. They're all on Max. Got to do something about that key demo. Here's the thing. I don't know if the key demo for CW, like the whole key demo talk and all that shit is just people don't, linear's dying. So that key demo almost does not matter. And I'm not joking. Like Dave says it matters. That's why Raj is going to go the key demo. Well, the investors say it matters. Well, what about the people who invest in Netflix? They don't think that. So, or the people who do ads and shit with Netflix. So, yeah, it is what it is, man. But that was NXT news, I suppose. NXT and TNA could almost become its own thing. And I didn't bookmark every tweet, but rest assured, we even had tweets today from Steph DeLander and people saying like, hey, I'm in TNA and don't like fuck around and find out, da 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 da. Also, Lyra stepped in and did a great job in that 6-woman tag match. And that was awesome. So let me check in with chat here. Sassy Girl 8724 gifted 5 Pro Wrestle Clips membership. Thank you so much.
Acknowledge me.
Guys, you can gift memberships. All 300 of you watching become members, get access to Member Mondays. Those shows always rule. And I appreciate you all for being here. Here we go. We got tons of more news, so let's get into it. Gunnar T is a clown. I see people hating on Booker. Nah, man, he's not a clown. It's fun. You know, it's like, how old are you? That's where it's like, I just think it's a generational thing, maybe. But it totally works, man. And the numbers don't lie when it comes to NXT and the CW praising them for what they've done. And this crossover shit is heating up, and it's amazing. Can't wait to see it play out. Let's get back in. We have more breaking news. Let's hit another So WWE star Zelina Vega called streamer Cena. I have no idea who this person is. Ahead of an upcoming wrestling stream they're doing together. And let's just take a listen, I guess.
So great. I'm really excited. I want you to know, Chad has been overly excited about it. And all my friends are weirdly happy to see me get beat up, which I'm not really understanding, but that's fine.
I saw that. People keep sending me clips of it. And I think it's hysterical because I'm like, damn, either she's going to do really, really good or it's going to be, we're going to have to hide, some flaws and stuff, but it's fine. It'll be fine.
Well, so like, I got some bruises from the Sarah fight, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
So what the fuck? Are they staging a fight? I'm not watching all this, dude. But shout out Zelina Vega. So what Paul Heyman had to say about AJ Lee on First Take, ESPN.A. He says, to be very honest with you, I don't think AJ Lee is in the league of the greatest women's wrestler of all time. Becky Lynch, the first woman so he's just working, to ever main event WrestleMania and win. By the way, she won the match, didn't just main event it. She won, but well, he's right. She won the match against Ronda Rousey and Charlotte Flair. I think it should simply be Seth Rollins versus Punk, and the loser keeps AJ Lee. Oh, shit. Paul Heyman hating, dude.
Hey. Let's just be fair. We got a couple haters.
Rhea Ripley gets attacked by Art the Clown at Silver Scream Con. So they took pictures together and all of this stuff. She was on stage. I'm a horror guy, Me and my wife, we love scary movies, and you guys already know I talk about it quite a bit. And the Terrifiers are just like, they're at least, I don't know, man. I can't, it's just like gore corn. You know what I mean? It's not like, it's not good. And even my wife, like, she'll watch horror movies that I'm like, these are just fucking terrible. And she's like, no, it's good. Da, da, da. And even she's like, I can't even watch the first one. It's just so like, it's just like Saw. It just got, you know, the Saw series, that shit just got stupid after a while. I was like, what the fuck? And I'm not hating on anyone who's a fan. I'm just like, I don't get it. And it's this thing that like got popular by accident, which I'm not hating on either. But she's a big fan and she got killed. She was selling it. I don't know. This video, I don't know. We just saw it. She got murked there on stage. Here is her meeting Art the Clown.
You have more than that. You forgot one out there. Area. Session 2.
Yeah, there you go. Living out a childhood dream. Speaking of childhood dreams, mine were shattered when I read this quote from Bret Hart because he's still just so goddamn bitter. And he's the fucking GOAT, and he's just still so mad. So Bret Hart described Triple H as a guy I had very little respect for. Now, here's the thing. These guys have personal relationships. Again, like anybody who hates Triple H, I don't blame them if they hate Triple H and Shawn Michaels. Like these guys were, you know, these guys were in the locker room together and had to deal with politics and stuff like that. And, you know, that's not for everybody. Some people don't like that shit. And it's going to stick with them forever. And then when you become boss, it's like, it's unforgivable. Right? There's no forgiving that. So Bret Hart says, Triple H, I wish he'd been in the dressing room when I knocked Vince out because he might not be married to Stephanie. What the fuck does that even mean? During the Manchester leg of Hart's current Inside the Ropes tour, Bret also said there isn't a single Triple H match he would consider great. And he called Paul Levesque a phony who became Vince's hit guy. Damn. Yeah, he just doesn't forgive him for blatantly lying to Bret Hart's face about him knowing about it. Because the reason, like, he knew about it 100%. Triple H did. And unfortunately, Bret is still bitter over that shit. What Triple H match would you consider great, though, chat? Let's really think about it. I'm trying to think of like one where I would go, that's a great match. Him versus Hulkster was like good. The thing with Triple H is because like besides, I guess, Scott Hall, like Razor Ramon versus Shawn Michaels in that latter match, like name a great Razor Ramon match either. Like the 1, 2, 3 Kid one, but that was kind of just like the shock of it. It's not like that match was, well, I guess that's what makes a match great though, you know? The memorability factor, the memorabilia factor. But someone's got to wear that diaper, pal. But there's a lot of wrestlers where they were like Triple H was in the mix with everyone. He was in the mix with like all the top guys and helped make them look good and help cool them off when they needed to a little bit and then heat them back up. So you got to give credit to that. And he's just a real ring general. Now, I'm going to be honest. When Triple H was on the Reign of Terror and he was like wrestling Scott Steiner and shit, I remember that Scott Steiner match sucking so bad and me just thinking in my head, like, what the fuck is wrong with Scott Steiner? He's only doing one move, the original Suplex City. Right? I remember thinking that, but I loved his Reign of Terror. I didn't hate his matches with Goldberg and because I was just such a Mark fan at the time still. It was like, oh, the Elimination Chamber, this rules. I'll say a great Triple H match was the 3 Stages of Hell with Shawn Michaels. Like, I really loved that. Some of his performances in Rumbles and like Elimination Chambers and Hell in a Cells and shit, I would say were fucking top notch. But those are gimmick matches, so do you consider those great? I don't know. It's an interesting conversation, no less. I'm gonna go over here because I bookmarked something on the fly. I'm sure you guys could tell when I started kind of losing my train of thought there. There was something interesting that popped up in the feed. So WWE referee Daphne LaShawn harassed and threatened by fans. Fucking wackos. Let's read what happened here. So she was target of harassment from fans who misinterpreted a social media post about the death of her grandmother. And so I believe this had to do with the like political assassination or the guy Charlie Kirk, who, you know, he got assassinated in Minecraft on a college campus, right? There were some wrestlers who tweeted stuff out, like, or I don't know if they even tweeted shit out, but some people were like, Ava Rain caught heat, and then like Aaliyah Mysterio got praise for posting, and she's becoming a wrestler now. And some people in WWE, you know, people were getting hated on, and some people are getting canceled and shit. I'm sure you guys have seen enough of that news in the world to even, we don't got to talk about it here, you know, but she said it's not goodbye, it's see you later. And I think people misinterpreted that as like a post to do with that. Everyone's got to calm the fuck down. She didn't make a TikTok laughing at the guy or whatever, you know, so everybody's living lives. People die every minute of every day. It's an unfortunate truth of life, fact of life that we all have to deal with. So it's unfortunate that she got jumped on, man. And she goes, bro, I lost my grandma. Not everything is about wrestling. Oh, see, so maybe it was about someone getting fired. See, so I don't know. I just saw enough of that stuff to where I figured it had to do with that. But again, I try to freestyle it here at PWT because maybe so they thought it was about Andrade getting cut or something. Is that what it was? I don't know. It's also not missed on me that y'all jumped on this quick, but where y'all be at when it's time to be like, to like my damn everyday tweets or hop on my Twitch. Oh, she's like, yeah, everybody, because it's true, right? You have, let's say, you know, I have 3,000 followers on Twitter. I don't get 3,000 likes on all my shit, so that's a great point too. Motherfuckers, show support. 100 likes, or Jericho comes back. Never in my life did I think I would ever be harassed, threatened, and even be told they would spit on my grandmother's grave, all because of a misinterpreted tweet. Yeah, see, I said not everything is about wrestling. Y'all got it. I'll see y'all when I see y'all. Damn, man. Running people off Twitter. I had assumed it was about because I did see the initial tweet and her getting jumped on, but I just bookmarked this article here and I didn't see all the follow-up stuff. So yeah, hopefully she's like I don't know, all good to go to work and shit. People saying they'd spit on her grandmother's grave. That's fucked up. You goddamn sickos, don't be doing shit like that. I should have put that in the sicko wacko segment, dude. Jesus Christ. Paul Heyman makes his first appearance since he was attacked by Roman Reigns at WWE Clash in Paris, joining Seth Rollins on ESPN's First Take.
Let me get back to you. You've been a part of crucial returns in the WWE, Cody Rhodes.
Stephen A. said, bro, this guy got into MMA and got clowned so hard. Now he's going to get into WWE. He's actually good for WWE, Stephen A. Smith, because he can bullshit. You know, he works everyone with his sports shit anyway. So him working people in wrestling's funny.
War Games and now AJ Lee at SmackDown. How important is it to you to be a part of these important storylines?
How important is it to me,
Yes,
or
to you.
how important is it for the company and the people coming back to be in the ring with me? I am a moment-making machine. The company knows it, the industry knows it, and these people coming back, they want to feed off of what I bring to the table.
And what do you bring to the table, sir? Remind the audience of what you bring to the table.
I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary. I am Seth freaking Rollins, the world heavyweight champion 6 times over. I am the greatest superstar, not just of my generation, but of any generation in the history of this company. When it's all said and done, when I hang up the boots, when I put the robe on the shelf for the very last time,
My dream match is Prime Jericho versus Prime Seth Rollins, and not like my all-time dream match, but maybe we don't use the word dream match, but just like what if matches for Seth Rollins. My 2 are him versus Prime Jericho, and then him versus Prime RVD.
Be on the Mount Rushmore of this industry, no question about it. That's what I bring to the table. I'm the Stephen A. Smith of WWE.
I like
if you
that.
will.
I mean,
there you go.
You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that. I appreciate.
And then Heyman's there, and then he shot on AJ Lee there. So WWE Raw saw an increase in views, but a dip in the number of hours viewed for last week's episode. So again, if Dave Meltzer, they're cooking the books, they're working the numbers, Brian. Okay, so the 1 week they had a large increase in minutes viewed after the show, but they had a lower live viewer tally. They could have worked the books there. They didn't. Netflix just admitted what it was. Again, we're seeing Dave getting owned, looking like a dumbass. Okay. What does he say? What happens here, Raj? They got an increase in overall views live, but a dip in the number of hours viewed for last week's episode, featuring AJ Lee's first Raw. So they could have fixed the numbers again if they're lying and have just said, oh, well, and they could point to their increase in viewership and go, the minutes were up as well. But they're not doing that. And Dave is just fucking being made to look stupid time and time again. They're up 4%, down 2% in the hours viewed. So, like, that's nothing. The show ranked 6 in the US, 5 from the prior week, and it was 8 globally, which was even. It was higher than that the night of on Canadian Netflix, at least. Ricochet talks about Samantha Irvin's decision to leave WWE, and he's just coping, man. Coping and seething.
Shortly after you left, Samantha Irvin, who's tremendously talented, and that clip of her, there was a period there, WrestleMania 40, her call of Cody winning, and you would see all these other, like Michael Buffer, all these people are like showing her props. It's like, holy crap, she is becoming a superstar here and getting the love and respect and admiration that she deserves. I think everyone thought that she would eventually follow you to AEW. Could you tell us if there has ever been any serious consideration of her being a part of
Tekla's cool as shit.
AEW?
I mean, she probably would consider it for sure, but I think right now she honestly was thinking about leaving and kind of letting it be known a little bit that she wanted to leave before I was even, honestly, like 6-7 months before I was even like,
oh wow,
gone. You know what I mean? She was already kind of thinking about it because, again, like, I'm sure, like, she not that she didn't like announcing, she loved the actual fact of like being there front row, like, but like for her, saying like someone's waiting hometown wasn't like her dream. You know what I'm saying where someone's from and they're waiting, that wasn't her dream. So she had made it, a little obvious that she wanted.
So what's the dream? I don't mean to be an asshole, but like making mid songs with Swerve. You're felted, but
to do more. And people, even like Paul Heyman's pulling her aside and talking to her and telling her, it's possible. And she's talking to like Michael Hayes, and Michael Hayes was like, you want to learn more, don't you? And she's like, absolutely. He goes, I can tell you want to learn more. She's like, absolutely. So she would let it know like she wants to do more. And when she kind of, again, just knew, like, they knew, man, like, we have such a good thing with you right here, though. Like, it's, again, because she was so good at it. But again, you got to think, if you had Mariah, I know people are going to throw me to the wolves for saying this, but if you had Mariah Carey be a ring announcer, it's going to be awesome. You know what I'm saying? And I say that because one time
No, it wouldn't be awesome. We would go, Mariah Carey needs to be a singer and on stage, putting on beautiful stage shows and having the charisma of a fucking super mega star that everyone's drawn to. Like, bro, she can sing so good, man. It's the same with the wrestling mentality. Oh man, it's physically more the moves, the technicality. Ricochet can do things other wrestlers can't. Gives a shit. Work top guy speed. It's the same, bro. Your wife can sing amazing. She sings incredible. She fucking Mariah Carey, bro. And I get the analogy. Like, I'm not even shitting on comparing yourself, whatever, even though Mariah's like the greatest, one of the greatest of all time. So that's wild, but it's more than just singing good. It's more than being able to do fucking backflips and do Canadian destroyers that make you a good pro wrestler. It's more than just singing good. That's why Taylor Swift is the #1 fucking artist. You know what I mean? Mariah's like such a fucking megastar, dude. It's so crazy. Is that so? Like, her dream is to make music. Okay. Did you honestly hear the shit she was doing with Swerve and go, that's tight, babe? That's tight. Come on, man. It's a hit. It's a smash hit. We got one. Come on, man. Come on, bro.
Walked up on her, like I was in the bowl. She was sitting at her chair, and I was going to walk up and just say hi. And she was like face down writing in a book. And I walk up behind her and I see what she's writing, and it's like a whole like the music notes, like the lines and everything. And she has like music notes laid out. And I'm like, what are you writing? What is this? You writing like a song? She's like, no, like it's like Rhea Ripley. So it's like phonically or whatever, like how it's going to sound in her head when she says Rhea Ripley.
Wow.
You know what I mean? So she was like thinking about things like that. And she was thinking about when the beat drops and like trying to say everything before the beat drops. That way.
Yeah, it sounds like she's the greatest ring announcer of all time. It sounds like she could be one of the GOAT ring announcers of all fucking time. She's thinking about it in this profound fucking way. Holy shit, maybe she should have kept fucking doing it because it gave so much to other people. She go down in history as the GOAT at it. She's not going to go down in history as Mariah fucking Carey. I'm so sorry. Not even trying to be rude about it. And well, it's her dream and her thing. Okay, the only reason that door's even open to be like, I'm going to get back into music after that door was slammed in her face on these fucking talent shows she was on. If she was Mariah Carey, you don't think Simon Cowell would have went, she's Mariah Carey, and fucking signed her? Like, the reason these doors were slammed in her face was to open this one where she's like the GOAT. She found, I don't know, I've harped on this before, and I'm not even trying to be shitty. Samantha blocked me for saying this shit, so I understand, like, you know, who am I to tell? And I don't want to tell anybody, like, what they should do with their life, but I'm just saying, like, is that not a valid point, what I'm saying? You know? And then she parlayed it to go make songs with Swerve, who's like, what the fuck? He's not even good, dude. Jesus Christ. And do what? Like, that's the other thing. What is she doing? She announced a Stevie Wonder show. Did you guys see that? We covered it on the show. She announced, so since announcing wrestling, she announced a Stevie Wonder show. Whatever the fuck. So what is she doing? Like, you guys know what I'm saying? Like, what is the dream then? Just announcing for, like, not WWE? I don't know, man.
When the beat drops, like the guy goes, or like she was trying to think about all these things, and she was trying to think about where someone's from, and you know, she was trying to think about their character, and she was trying to think about all this stuff, and all that was fun. But she wanted to like put that effort into like a character. She wanted to put that effort into like if I can make these people feel this way.
She wants to be the star. She wants to be on TV and be the character on the show. Managing wrestling, she already tried wrestling. She wasn't good enough. She had the tryouts and shit. She went through the PC and all of that, and it just, they're like, no, you're not, we don't want you bumping around and shit. You be a ring announcer. Okay, Brandy Rhodes had the same path, and she went and wrestled and shit, and she wasn't that fucking good. I'm sorry. Was she the best ring announcer ever? No, she wasn't the best at that either. Fortunately, Brandy might not be the best mind or best suited anywhere in the, I think she's a great valet for Cody Rhodes. I think that's what she always did best in the business. And she can talk, you know? We just, but then she does these like, oh, I'm going to start a faction with Awesome Kong. Like anything she's really done in ring hasn't been that good. And anything she's done character-wise hasn't been that good other than just being Cody Rhodes' valet. So it's sort of that thing with Samantha Irvin, like, oh, she wants to be the main character, Kay. So in AEW, they're going to give her a match. Like they gave Aubrey one because they had to fucking do it. Because we all knew that was her hopes and dreams. And before they told her to chill out in ring with her stupid facials and her shitty reffing, they let her have one big blow-off match to fucking get it out of her system. That's what they're going to do for her, too? I don't know, man. It's about being a position player in WWE, I suppose, And Samantha Irvin wanted to win America's Got Talent. She wanted to win The Voice or whatever the fuck. And all those doors got slammed in her face. So what makes her think like, well, I'm the GOAT in WWE at ring announcing. Now I'm just going to go back to that world and try and do it again. I'm not, again, go ahead. Go the fuck ahead. Hey, man, the entertainment business, you get told no way more than yes. You get way more doors slammed in your face than open. And you got to keep knocking on them until they open. I firmly believe in that too. But I just felt like, damn, man, you found your thing. And then Ricochet being fucking the way he is, that door might close now. That door might be fucking closed because of all the shit he's talking on Twitter. When Samantha realizes one day after she's talking about how her next single gets suppressed again. It was suppressed by YouTube. Is that why the Spotify numbers are so low too, dude? I don't know. I don't know about that, man. I think it's fucking, Anyways, I'm harping on this too
Just
long.
Announcing, what do you think? Like I could do in like a promo or something, or makes people feel, So that's kind of, and then when she kind of just knew that it wasn't really not a possibility, but it wasn't going to happen, or, I think she wanted to get out of it. So she had really started thinking about it before. And again, I know people think she left for like music, but she didn't like leave for music. She's actually always done music. She's been in show choir and drama club since I've been wrestling. 20, 30 years, you know what I mean? She's always done music. She actually had an album, 27 Underground, that came out like 2015 or 16. Like she's always done music. So what she's doing now is again, kind of like me. I'm just going back to the stuff that I did on the indies that kind of got me popular. That's kind of what I'm doing now. And same thing with her. Like music's kind of always been her thing.
Going back to what I did on the indies that got me popular for a shitload of money on maybe not TV soon.
But I think she was just kind of felt stuck at this role because she's an actress. So she was playing the role of a ring announcer, if that makes sense, And it just happened. She has one of the best voices in the world. And she also grew up a huge fan of wrestling. She grew up, her dad, since she was, able to watch TV, she's been watching wrestling. And so she knows the characters, and she knows, how Finkel would announce them, and she knows how the characters have their own personality. So all that stuff helped. But I think she was always kind of wanting to go. And then I think once I finally departed, I think that was kind of just the straw. And I think she just kind of made up her mind after that.
So you didn't talk to your wife about any of this?
Shortly.
Obviously you guys planned to dip out together. Okay, let's be fucking real here. So Dana White had this to say about WWE on the Impulsive podcast. He was keeping it real.
Do you watch it as a fan or as someone who understands the business and are watching it more from an entertainment standpoint?
Yeah, I'm not a fan. I don't watch WWE. I don't watch it. It's not.
Yeah, dude. Anyone who knows anything about Dana knows that.
So I'm into fighting, man. That's what I do. You know how when you go on Instagram and then you go on your search page, my whole search page is like street fights and that's what I'm into. I am definitely, I respect the athleticism it takes. I told you when you first started doing it, I said, man, you're a hell of an athlete. You're good.
Thank you.
yeah, it's impressive to see what these guys do. It's just not my thing. When I was younger, I liked it.
I totally get it. I'm not sure how much overlap there is between UFC fans and WWE fans.
Everything's a niche now, man. They were playing at the Canelo and Crawford fight. They put up like the UFC highlights from their UFC Noche event on the screen, and the fans started booing it. Like boxing, MMA, everything is a niche, but everything's like there's levels to the niches, you know? And the overlap, I think, is there a little bit. Some marks like myself, but a lot of people, I think, like scoff at one or the other. You know what I mean? ESPN, speaking of scoffing, no. ESPN will produce 2 of its own WrestlePalooza pre-event shows. The first is an ESPN WrestlePalooza special on Friday, September 19th. Then on Saturday, September 20, Road to WrestlePalooza, an on-site pre-event show will air on ESPN social media. Lance Storm said he didn't like John Cena's promo on Raw and doesn't like that Cena's still calling himself the last real champion. He says, I didn't like it. I find the last real champion absurd. It was a heel gimmick when he said he was going to ruin wrestling by taking the championship away so that it would destroy the lineage, ruin the wrestling business, and there would be no more real champions. And now as a babyface, he's still claiming to be the last real champion. Like, that's completely insane to me. Pardon me. Yeah, I don't like that either. He says, is Cody Rhodes not a real champion? I thought Cody was important. So there you go. John Cena's remaining 6 dates. September 20th at WrestlePalooza versus Brock, Crown Jewel in Perth, Raw, Survivor Series War Games, Saturday night main event, which is in Washington. It says to be decided here, but it's in Washington, I believe. It's almost over. It's crazy. Just enjoy the last bit of John Cena shit. Let him say whatever the fuck he wants to say. It doesn't matter. Let him do it because, yeah, this man has laid his fucking body on the line for this business one too many times, pal. So WWE writer Road Dogg Brian James responds to public posts from Ray Phoenix. So basically Ray Phoenix posted how, like, not that he had an opportunity ripped away from him, but just like, yeah, just animo, basically good spirits. Like, I'm hoping to do big things if you give me the chance, blah, 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 whatever. And then Road Dogg, he wrote back to him. He's like, yes, we have big things planned for you. So I think they're really going to push the shit out of Ray Phoenix, and Andrade might have fucked himself a little bit there. No Mercy, WWE No Mercy on September 27th, which we'll be watching PWT Universe the week after All Out and WrestlePalooza this Saturday. Guys, I'll be streaming the entire All Out and WrestlePalooza events back-to-back here at PWT, so make sure you guys are tuned in and locked in here. The current setup is for 1,386. They've sold 1,200 tickets, so it'll be a sellout for the setup. And hopefully they do around 2K or something like that. SmackDown ratings took a dip last Friday, down 17%, down 27% week to week. The Colorado-Houston game, so there were games on. I don't know. It is what it is, man. It's that season. It's that time of year. We've talked enough ratings tonight. Aries will present the first ever EMF-friendly match at WWE WrestlePalooza. What the fuck is EMF? An Ayers Life Tune Zone Max will be present on each ring post during the Usos versus Braun Breaker. Huh? What? Who? What? This guy, WWE is really garbage. Really is garbage. Why are they garbage? EMF gadgets like phones and Wi-Fi. They're sponsoring the first EMF-friendly match, the Usos versus Braun Breaker versus Bronson Reed, with their LifeTune Zone Max devices on each ring post to supposedly neutralize EMF in the area. What? An electromagnetic field? Yeah. Forget barbed wire ropes. It's an electromagnetic field. Magneto is the referee. Yeah. Jesus Christ, man. They're just thinking of crazy shit. So Traders dominates with 5 Emmy wins. Nikki Bella becomes first WWE Hall of Famer behind an Emmy win. That is fucking crazy, man. Shout out Nikki Bella and the Traders. I haven't seen that. So from Nicolo Piccolo to Ciclo Piccolo, John Alba. Put that one in the PWT lore on Discord. Right? Fucking John Alba here, dude. Well, there's a WrestlePalooza media call that goes on, right? And on counter programming events, ESPN's Matt Kenny says they were laser focused on launching. Well, no, we'll talk about John Alba in the Sicko segment, okay? Forget that for now. That's in the Sicko segment, but it's so fucking ridiculous what he asked. I can't wait to get to it. But on WWE counter programming events, ESPN's Matt Kenny says they were laser focused on launching WWE. They knew they wanted a marquee event in September. It had less to do with competition, more to do with serving WWE and its fans on the platform. I'm fucking telling you guys, they don't give a shit. They don't give a fucking shit about AEW. They don't give a fucking shit. They're about to bully them off TV and take 100% market share. That's what TKO's doing. Okay? Raw on November 10 sold 9,420 tickets. 420, man. And their current setup is for 11,144. I assume they'll sell that out, but they're doing like some lighter houses. Lighter 10K tickets sold, right? SmackDown sold 4,800. Current setup 7,100. This is on October 3rd. So like about a little under a month away. And Sickos are taking victory laps. And they are doing like half setup. They're bringing the tarps out too, man. Bring them out. Bring them out. It's hard to talk when the tarp's in your mouth, right? They're bringing the fucking tarps out. WWE will be a little bit as well. And it's because of these fucking ticket prices, man. And it won't be an L ultimately, though, because they'll just adjust and then the houses will be packed again. And yeah, hopefully the North American economies can get their shits together too, just overall. Speaking of overall, CM Punk says that Logan Paul isn't top 100 overall wrestlers of all time whatsoever. And he says if he wants to get offended at that, that's fine. But it's true. Logan Paul isn't in the 100 greats of all time. He's just fucking incredible for where he's at in the business right now. His body of work so far is like an A+++. You know, he's fucking batting 1,000. I don't think he's had one bad match. I don't think Logan Paul's been in one bad fucking wrestling match. I'm not joking. But he's a newbie still, you know? No way he cracks the top 100.
Logan Paul?
No. Not even top 100. Very, very, very good, very skilled. Picked it up very, very fast. But
he's got a lot of work.
You're talking you're talking to a wrestling history buff.
Of course.
So I'm gonna
yeah.
And if he wants to get offended at that, that's fine.
Great. New feud.
Yeah, great.
Yeah. Logan Paul.
So there you go. ESPN, they got asked if they were interested in acquiring some of the WWE archives. Kenny says the contract is mostly related to the current PLE library, which will grow over time. In regard to archive content, he would direct that question to WWE. And again, you guys will see in the sicko section, like, these motherfuckers are asking ESPN questions that have nothing to do with them, and it's hilarious because they're such marks. They're asking them about AEW. No one cares about AEW. Mike Santana at Santana_proud says also, to keep it real with everyone, I'm pretty sick and tired of all the WWE. NXT has control over TNA and can do whatever they want. So again, this is building up to the invasion. We can't wait for it here at PWT. I'm fucking excited for it. I don't know who else isn't. How could you not be? Speaking of excited, Tori Wilson talks about a spot where she didn't feel so excited in WWE, and she talked about a couple of those. One of her talking points as of late, like every interviewer is like, oh, you didn't like this one thing you had to do, and she's like, yeah, no, I didn't. but different times.
Like I'm wondering if there was ever something that you said, this is too much, like this is a bridge too far, because like I don't know what that line was. Clearly looking back, like you were willing to be a team player and a company woman, but did you ever say, this one I can't do?
Yeah, there was a couple times. One in particular, the Judgment Day pay-per-view bikini contest against Sable. Originally, Vince wanted me to do the hand paint on my boobs. Like,
Yeah, and you can trace my hands. Come over. My hands are the perfect size. Yeah, dip them in goo and let me grab those puppies.
Sable had done in the past, and I didn't feel comfortable doing that. So I was like, how about rhinestones that barely cover my nipples? Don't ask me why. That felt a little more safe than the paint. But looking back, I see myself.
Some rhinestones, yeah. How about a couple of pearls? How about a big old pearl necklace to cover? Jesus fucking Christ, Vince.
I've only seen myself in a thong bikini a few times out in front of the crowd. And those times really do kind of make me cringe. Just seems like a lot. And then sometimes I, you can see kids in the crowd and it just feels like this is wrong.
Yeah, that's where it's fucked up, right? Because people will say, oh, well, she did Playboy shoots. Yeah, but that's a lot different. You know what I mean? And Playboy was so tasteful as well. It was like the tasteful nudie mag. They had legitimately well orchestrated interviews, really good thought out articles and stuff like that. They did, and then there was they would get like the people to go nude. That Roseanne Barr, it's like, who even wants to see that? I don't know. Playboy's got it though, but that's different than like pulling your ass cheeks out in front of fucking little kids, man, And again, a lot of that era wasn't the most tasteful in general, And it's not like all for the kids and shit, but you don't have to go full sicko mode. Although that shit does sell, like sexiness does sell, and I'm a proponent of it. And they are bringing a bit of it back. But yeah, I can do without bra and panty matches. They're so ridiculous. Just the concept of like, what was the other one? A nightgown match, even with dudes, a tuxedo match. Like, that's fucking stupid. You know what I mean? So the whole stripping each other to win, I just think it's like the blindfold. We put the bags over each other's heads, pal. Like, when has that really worked? Since like a territory back in the day where there's no internet, so I can't confirm. There was no cage match rating on it. No, just joking. Nick Khan has officially confirmed Italy to host a premium live event in 2026. The global takeover continues. Right. Let's see here. Oh, we talked about Tori Wilson. Jesus Christ, the Phantom of the Bookmark Opera again. So yeah, jet speed's throwing down right now. Okay, let's continue along. We have news here. I'm just trying to get organized, and bookmarks are fucking around. So, on if WrestlePalooza was scheduled for this to counter All Out, and so this is what they had to say here. Matt Kenny said, we work collaboratively with the WWE on the schedule in this particular case. Many of their events had already been scheduled normally in these types of arrangements. So my team will work on the NBA. We also handle UFC. There's a lengthy process where you work with the partner to identify specific dates. You build out your schedule, so you align in that regard on some level. WWE schedule throughout the rest of 2025. There had been a number of dates already on the calendar. In this particular case, we were just laser focused on launching WWE. We knew we wanted to have a marquee WWE event in September to support the launch of ESPN's direct-to-consumer offering, as Lasker mentioned before. So it really had less to do with any particular wrestling competition. In fact, we take a holistic view. We know there's competition everywhere, and certainly in the fall on Saturdays, we don't need to explain to this group there's no shortage of college football competition throughout the day. We're in the teeth of the football season now, so we welcome competition. We take a hey, game on approach, and we're focused on what we can do, blah, blah, blah. They just no mention of AEW. Like, why even bring them up? Fuck does that have to do with anything, right? And so Las Vegas Convention paid WWE $5 million to host WrestleMania 41, right? The Saudi government is paying $250 million to host WrestleMania. Now, again, Niccolo Piccolo said it. He's like, it's streets are saying it's 250 mil. That's pretty much been confirmed now. So this is why they're going to Saudi. They don't give a fuck. They're greedy fucking whatevers. Yep. I mean, it's a goddamn company. Now, I'm not going to applaud this shit. I don't I don't give a fuck where they hold the show. Tickets are going to be 70 grand or whatever. I don't need it. But Dave saying 100 million blows up in his face, more like 250. Right? So speaking of WrestleMania 43, Booker T comments on WrestleMania 43 taking place in Saudi. He says, it's about dollars and cents at the end of the day, man. And it's about the talent and being able to create a lot of revenue to pay these guys. Oh, yeah. Hopefully they're making the most money that they've ever made in their lives, because the thing is, it doesn't last forever, and you want to make as much money as you possibly can out of this thing and be ready to parlay it into something else. So for me, I get it. For the people that's upset, I understand their gripe. But for me as a businessman, this is what I say. What would you do? Exactly. For all the people who say Tony pays the wrestlers and it's good for the business. Okay, then it's good for the fucking WWE talent for them to go get paid to do this fucking show. Booker T says that a lot of guys are really ticked off about WrestleMania. And shout out Hall of Fame podcast, by the way. Go and check that out. No WrestleCon. That's what a lot of guys are really ticked off about. That WrestleCon is going to be preempted for 2 big shows. So there's a lot of upset people out there right now. I get it. It's about dollars and cents at the end of the day. It's about the talent creating a lot of revenue to pay these guys. And yeah, people are pissed about WrestleCon. Okay, why is that WWE's problem? So Booker T clears up some controversy, though. So he accuses fans of making up stories to cancel him over a misheard NXT remark. And so he said, I got to pop my neck, man. And people tweeted it out. This was last week. People were like, did Booker T just say, I got to pop my dick, man? My dick? Yeah, he said, I got to pop my dick to Stephanie Vaquer. And Booker's like, they're making up stories to get me canceled. And it's like, it's not even that. They're just redacts. They just want to be edgy and put the fucking tweet out so that they get the clicks for it, And speaking of clicks, Seth Rollins not getting too many on this punch machine here, testing his knockout power on the UFC's punch machine. Do they test it in Ford Escorts or whatever, like they did for Ngannou? I'm curious.
Come on, baby, come on.
So he didn't even hit 2. But you always get 1 warm-up punch minimum, He didn't even beat second place, though. Speaking of comedy and hilarity and funny things happening, Triple H was on Kill Tony, and I watched the whole thing. It was actually pretty fucking funny. Triple H was pretty funny. It was a solid episode because like the bucket pulls and shit were pretty solid. There's been some stinker Kill Tonys, like the week before was pretty bad. The one before that was really funny, but Carrot Top, I don't know, his dumb props just... There's a reason he has a fucking residency in Vegas and he gets paid what he does. Like, it's like a novelty thing, but just seeing him pull these fucking props out was just popping me. And Triple H can hold his own, And so here's just a couple clips of it. Triple H was actually really funny throughout the show.
He can walk around the pool and have fun. Sorry. Ah, fuck. I don't know why I did that one, but that was perfect. It seemed like the thing to do.
And again, I think WrestlePalooza was sponsored. I don't know if Tony Hinchcliffe was just plugging it so much because Triple H was on the show. But again, when we talk about what Niccolo Piccolo had to say and how he broke down the conservative alignment, and I mean, come on, the whole Joe Rogan sphere, like they take credit for fucking getting Trump elected and shit. I'm not getting political. I'm just saying this would fit that narrative as well. Like if ESPN, it is one of I think the number one comedy podcast or live podcast or whatever every week, because there's an audio version of it. And it's like the top downloaded one in like the comedy section or whatever. So maybe they're looking at, maybe they did sponsor it because Tony was plugging it like he's reading it off a card. WrestlePalooza, Brock Lesnar, John Cena, main event. And it wasn't just like a guy fanning out. It was ESPN's new direct to consumer, whatever the fuck. Like they were ad reads. Dude.
You know that picture is going to be on the internet of me sitting there looking at Carrot Top shit hanging out of his towel.
Yeah, Triple H was funny. He actually had a lot of fucking jokes and callbacks to comedians and shit. He got asked by a guy named Uncle Laser, I think his name is. He's wearing a DX shirt and he's a comedian who's a big wrestling mark, and he asked Triple H a real actual question. It's a played out question, but I don't know. Triple H gave a good answer.
But can I ask a real question though? Too? Yeah. Did you like being in the faction DX more than the solo stuff, or did you have more fun with that? Like, what was your favorite part of your historic career? The part where you remember that was when I had the most fucking fun, like creative freedom, all that stuff.
DX is the crazy shit.
Yeah.
The heel stuff for me was always where I wanted to be in my career. But if you're just saying just having a crazy time, DX was just.
We all roll up in that goddamn tank.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
It was just us thinking about what dumb shit can we do this week. That's it. Yeah.
And Vince just letting y'all fly with it at that time.
At first, no, and then once it started working, once it started working, we had kind of do what you want to do thing. But at first, we were threatening to get fired every week. So I'm sure you get it.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
I'm sure you get it. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, dude. Triple H can riff with the best of them. Speaking of riffing, happy ladies and gentlemen, it is Rusev Day, but it's also Ren's Day here at PWT, and happy Ren's Day. I guess there's a conspiracy of it.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday. I'm here with Charles. Come on, Charles. Everyone likes to see you.
Of course. You're right, Ren.
I have a question from the Wednesday viewers. It says, Charles, have I been more bearable lately?
You know what, Ren? You actually have. I don't know what it is, but you're glowing today. You just, I want to be around you. Normally I don't. And your Texas drawl's really coming out more stronger.
Charles. I am from Texas.
What are you going
Oh my God. How dare she?
You said that she was more bearable? Stop doing something. What are you?
I gotta go, guys.
Where did you get my jacket?
Never mind.
Just take my jacket.
Yes.
Real loud into it, yes.
Hey guys.
Okay, so Ren's Day just got hijacked, and that was WWF News. Spectacular. AEW's still on for what, another half hour, folks? Right? Am I wrong about that? Jesus Christ. So we got some more to get into. We're going to get into some shit here, folks. It's a bit of a longer show today because of this long dynamite. Chris McCarty's been a member for 5 months, says it was just reported an hour ago Jimmy Kimmel's talk show is canceled. Yeah, so again, more conservative alignment. However, I will say this. And that's a sign of it, right? But I will say this, like Colbert and Kimmel and them got so fucking hack. A lot of there's way more hacky fucking comedians out there than there are, like who the fuck's watching these shows? Colbert got canceled. They gave him an Emmy. It's like that shit is so, it's just, a weird bubble people live in, man, but it is what it is. But that's more to what Niccolo Piccolo said. It just proves that right. And it seems as though if that CBS merging with Paramount, all that shit aligns, then AEW is just going to get bullied off TV. What they do, switch over to Collision? Yeah, it's a 3-hour, like they just call it Collision, but it's just September to remember. Yeah, DX as Wu-Tang, for sure. X-Pac is ODB. That goes without saying. Who's Method Man? Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all. I grew up on the crime side, the New York Times side. I forget. And we're watching Darby here plant the flag. So they're making it a TV angle. But why is Danielson interviewing him? He looks like he could strangle Darby to death. Of course not. No, they're not actually asking who Method Man is. Muting the John Alba talk. We didn't even talk about him. Don't get triggered, dude. It's just Alba talk. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as I hydrate myself. It is time for nobody's favorite segment, and it is called So BJ Bethel had this to say about Dave Meltzer. Dave is about the best source there is, and the box office numbers / film posted are on the money, and their debt load is becoming inconsequential. Dude, this guy who knows nothing is here talking shit about stuff he knows nothing about. He shouldn't even be commenting on and saying Dave Meltzer is the best source. And Niccolo Piccolo just owned him with a long he just quotes Deadline. And basically, he's just like, this is entirely inconsequential. Dead emojis. Because it's like, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. So these guys having a little wank party, this tanky guy goes, the Rajgiri doesn't even need to be sourced, and I believe it. Are the wine coolers hitting tonight, Raj? Or Raj, pardon me. And then Tribal Cowboy goes, with Triple H's booking, the sky's the limit. A drunk Rajgiri? And he never said that. And I just posted, I'm like, Raj got drunk once. Try it sometime, you virgin pussies. Maybe it'd actually be interesting for once, or even talk to a female. I said for once twice. That's an own on my part. I just look stupid there. The fuck? Why didn't anyone tell me? Idiot. So someone fucking look at this. Took Timbo. AI generates a fucking Tony Khan award and goes, who should be a recipient of a Tony Khan award? Award for the wrestler who is an overall outstanding human being. Who's an outstanding human being? Tony Khan's getting sued right now for abusing fucking union workers. The fuck you talking about, man? So Elboo goes, he says this, in speaking to a source with intimate knowledge of the situation, it was clarified to me that Dragon Lee still had close to a year remaining on his WWE contract. The original 3-month until expiration timeframe, with one relayed to me on the WWE side, and the Lee camp contested that this would only be the case had he not signed a main roster deal upon his call-up. It has been shared with and explained to me that the Lee signed a 3-year main roster contract 2 years ago, and the time reset once that happened. It was also noted that wrestlers are aware that as independent contractors, anyone can get released at any time, but the 3-month timing doesn't line up, given when he signed his main roster deal. All indications are both sides are very happy right now with Dragon Lee's spot in WWE. especially given his recent participation in AAA, which has led to increased television time. Man, shut the fuck up. Huh? Ricochet. So here we go, man. Andrade thanks WWE a new post, and then this guy, AEW awaits you, the better promotion. Bro, he fucking slapped Guevara or tried to fight someone. He got escorted out of a fucking AEW show as well, didn't he? And so we have sickos, man, like this AEW Shield bro, who just, these guys like Baydala, they have terrible fucking ideas, right? And so me and him got into it. We mixed it up a little bit, but he just moved the goalposts ridiculously. But I say Dave is genuinely dumb as fuck. And I said this before. We covered this on the show before, what Dave had to say about moving All Out and all that stuff. And then AEW Shield says WrestleMania will be over by 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. Move all into April 27. They aren't going to sell out a football stadium, run an arena show. It's doable. And it's like, yeah, dude, it's fucking doable because you're not footing the bill, you fucking Mark. Jesus Christ, like none of these people think about any of this shit. They don't care. They don't think about logistics. They don't really care about AEW. That's the problem. And I just write this. I'm like, these bros genuinely think AEW fills any void left by WWE, especially WrestleMania. There aren't 100,000 people from all over the globe who attend Mania going, oh, well, it's not in the U.S., so what other wrestling show can I plan my yearly trip to? And they're all going to show up at the same place. You know what I mean? It's not like 100,000 people bought tickets to a show in America and are now left stranded wondering what they're going to do that weekend. No WrestleMania, no economy shift, no void to fill. It's truly mental illness. And this guy says, did I say 100,000? No, but like, why would you do a show? Oh, but they could just like go to Cleveland and do 5,000 people there, man, that weekend. Like, so then what are you talking about then? What are you talking about? That's why all these indies do these shows, because there's a bunch of international people and people from all around America and locals and everybody. That's why they do 50,000 instead of just 20,000 when they pull up with a Raw. Like, not like it's crazy. I said run an arena show 10 to 17K. No, you won't get 100,000 people. You will get some. Why? And what makes them able to draw 10 to 17K? It's all in, but just like out of nowhere at a different time. Why? What would AEW? Some of their pay-per-views do 6,000 people we're seeing and 8,000 people. They're just going to pull up and do a 10, 17K show. Fucking how? How? What would they do? They have 10K for All Out in fucking Toronto. Oh, they could do 10K in like, I don't know, man, Boston or some shit. Like, why? How? What would make them draw that much? Wrestle Dynasty? Like what? What is going to make that happen? They don't even think this shit through on a fundamental level. You will get some. If I wasn't mistaken, TJPW ran a show in Texas during All In Weekend. They had a convention. Nobody's claiming they'll get 50K. Exactly. This is why, buddy, you just explained it, stupid. This is why WrestleCon or whatever the fuck everybody's freaking out about is based around WrestleMania and not All in Texas or All in London or All in any
idiot.
That's why it's based around, oh, this guy ran a con and it was like, it did pretty good. Yeah, but it's not WrestleCon and it's not all these fucking indie shows that happen around WrestleMania. They try it. It's not there's not an influx. All in Texas, they got 28,000 people. Okay, all of those people could all be from that. You could, like, WWE could pull up in that part of Texas and get 28,000 people from that part of Texas, bro. That's like their big all-in fucking show that everybody from like around the world is here to see. Is how like, come on, man. It's just ridiculous. I'm being realistic. You are not. No, I'm being the problem is that yeah, it's just so funny. You're entirely unrealistic. And I just said reality stops when you pretend Mania being in another country means Tony Khan can do 17K people in a building just because. He barely did that for AEW's biggest show of the year. And I'm talking about, okay, people are like, he did more of that. Okay, sorry. The debate is that All In and Double or Nothing are like their two big fucking marquee shows. So maybe I should have clarified there a little more specifically. Sure. But I just wrote, you're not only unrealistic, but you're desperate and delusional. Shield says if it's All In, they can get between 10 to 17K. So they're supposed to move All In now. Holy shit. Could you be any more fucking stupid? So now they should move their marquee event. No, they can and won't. Look at the year-over-year ticket sales. You think in 2 years just adding an extra all-in event will draw 10K magically? And I even gave him the benefit of the doubt. You think that them adding an all-in will magically, draw in the U.S.? I promise you need a new hobby. None of what you do helps AEW. Just allows people to point out the obvious and dunk on them. And then AEW Shield says, who said extra? Instead of having one of summer 27, move it to late April, May. Like, do you see for these sickos, it's their fucking, I say it in response. So now they should move their whole ass Mania level annual show around because WWE. For what? To accommodate a fake war perpetrated by sickos who call themselves AEW Shield because it's their whole identity. You geeks don't appreciate anything AEW does unless it's WWE related. It's like their 2K fantasy modes. Oh, we'll just move All In over to April. Fuck it. Because WWE's gone to Saudi and like we're just watching them. And like, what kind of fucking stupid shit? It's just terrible ideas all around. And he goes, it's 2 years down the road. Right. Look at their year-over-year trends. They're dying. Moving it a couple months is no big deal. Imagine a fucking retarded guy like this going, moving it, no, it's just no big deal. And yet people want to tell me, oh, you don't know. You're not back there. You don't fucking, how would you know? Moving in a couple months is no big deal. I talked to Tony. It's no big deal. He'll just move it for me. It's this weird fucking sicko entitlement. And this is what has fucked up AEW from the beginning. They don't even need to do it the week. So now this guy's going, they don't even need to do it the week of WrestleMania. Do it a week after. Oh, stupid. Then why are we having this conversation? So you just want them to add a pay-per-view to their calendar? Okay. Then say that. Why are we talking about WrestleMania? Why are you responding to and going, man, they could do that? Like, this is just a move of the goalpost right here. And then that's when it's just like, get the fuck out of here. That's where I ended this conversation. The only thing moving are you and the goalposts you're carrying, dude. Fucking next. Because it's like, once you start doing that, it's like, well, then what is the discussion? What the fuck are we even talking about then? You just want to have a whole new discussion? Now you're saying, should AEW add a pay-per-view? I say no to that too. But now the discussion is, oh, not WrestleMania. It should go on the same day as WrestleMania when they're in Saudi. Now it's fucking, oh, they should just do a show sometime. Oh, okay. You're a dumbass. So here's Cultaholic's take on if Tony Khan should counter-program WrestleMania 43 in Saudi Arabia. And again, this is here my response to this before we listen to it. Because let's listen to theirs and I'll pause and kind of go over this because they say some shit where it's like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, people think AEW is on the same level of WWE and they don't break this shit down the way I do for you guys. Okay. When WWE stole the weekend, like Dave and Brian Alvarez are like, oh, they learned their lesson. No, you stupid fucks. That weekend when they did the Great American Bash, yes, that show maybe wasn't as good or as memorable as All In or whatever the fuck. Maybe it wasn't graded as high on Cage Match or whatever. But they did Goldberg, like that Saturday night main event, Goldberg's retirement speech, Great American Bash, and then the Evolution Naomi Cash-In stole the weekend of headlines. Okay? It doesn't matter if WrestleMania is on at any time or any fucking place. It doesn't matter if AEW put All In head-to-head with it. If AEW show happens after WrestleMania will still own the headlines for that day. It's not like all of a sudden AEW is going to start out trending WrestleMania from that day. And especially when they're talking about it's going to be the biggest one of all time. Okay? Naomi's cash-in overshadowed all of Hangman's shit. It doesn't matter that the AEW show goes on after. Oh, they're going to steal the trends away. So that's if they do it that way. No, bro. It doesn't work that way. It's about like the magnitude of the news and how it engulfs the fucking algorithm. WrestleMania drowns every AEW show every time, 10 times out of 10. Okay, so here's their take on this and why it's a good idea, but it's just stupid.
The biggest question is, because right now it's been WWE counter.
Cultaholic.
Is AEW going to be able to counter program and beat WWE at something at some point?
I think we'll know after WrestleMania 2027. Yeah.
What are they talking about? Will they at some point counter program something and win? No. Nope. Oh, in 2027, we'll know for sure. No, we know for sure now. Look at a fucking chart. We don't look at charts. We like Dave Meltzer. We'll just trust his reporting, shall we? Shall we? Yes. Indubitably.
I don't think there's a chance for even coming remotely close until then, because as we mentioned, we had such a head start, and I have
such a head start.
Bigger deals currently.
Yeah,
the AEW I don't think can claw back that deficit, but they do have a big opportunity in what I assume it's going to be April.
Not a big opportunity. It is not, man. Holy fuck. How is it big for them at all?
March, April of 2027.
Yeah. Obviously, for people like us, people in America, it's going to mean a morning WrestleMania in America. It's going to mean an early evening, late afternoon WrestleMania start time in the UK. In theory, AEW could book an event at a regular time in America.
In theory, fucking WWE could do a AAA show in America right after WrestleMania, whatever the fuck. They could do stand and deliver stand and deliver in America after WrestleMania, both nights. Or the first night, and then do the Hall of Fame after. And it's going to be better scheduling for the fans. You guys forgot about, the Hall of Fame that Batista's going to fucking headline? That's going to go down after in Saudi Arabia because they're going to pay fucking $1 billion to induct him? Like, will you guys forget about all that shit, man? That's going to be surrounding and go on after because they know in America people are going to be watching shit. And in Saudi, it's just like 24-hour fucking nightlife for, what they have going on for the tourists and shit over there. Come on, man.
That will be after WWE, which means they would, in theory, be the talking point. And at the same time, there's a lot of questions up in the air. Like, what the hell's going to happen to Mania Week? Mania Week has become like such a staple.
What the hell's going to happen? I don't know. All the 800 WWE shows, Raw, SmackDown, NXT, the Hall of Fame, Stand and Deliver. You mean all that shit? Yeah.
Over WrestleMania weekend in whatever city WrestleMania goes to in America, you've got conventions, you've got sign-ins. And this isn't just access. This is like outside of it. You've got WrestleCon. You've got everything else going on. That's just not going to have a home now.
Oh, Tony Khan needs to give it one.
This is it.
Well, how does this is it? Tony Khan can give it one. No, it's not one. You guys are money marking Tony Khan. Tony Khan, spend all this money. Hold a whole new event, help out all these indies and all this shit when you're fucking going broke and might get kicked off fucking TV. Help out all these events and shit. And then WrestleMania is held in New Orleans the year after in 2028. And then WrestleCon just goes to fucking New Orleans again because that's the home, because the economy shifted and all the fucking people who come around. What are you guys, stupid, man? Stop marking Tony in. You guys need to stop fucking doing this, man.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
I feel so bad for the guy because these are the people he listens to.
It's like if you count a program, you can do sort of the Indie Mania week.
Why are they counter programming? Now all these fucking sickos are coming up with their theories on how Tony Khan should counter program.
Wrestling's not fake.
Oh, how dare they counter program? Now they're all getting together in meetings. How can they counter program? How can AEW counter program WWE
Wrestling's
now?
for dirtbags and lily pickers.
AEW is not going to go to Saudi Arabia. Tony Khan needs to make sure.
AEW is not going to go to Saudi. If they offer the money, he'd go in 1 second. Tony loves Saudi. These guys don't even, it's propaganda. Because it's okay to get things wrong, man. But these guys just, exist in like an untruthful world where they're just listening to fucking Meltzer narratives, dude.
There's a gap for every single show that would have been on anyway.
Yeah.
Because America's having their WrestleMania week taken away from them because of money.
Bro, that's why America gets a WrestleMania week. Oh, America's getting it taken away. Oh, you fucking Brits care about America now all of a sudden?
This is an opportunity for AEW to step in and do a marquee, maybe 2-night wrestling style event that
2 nights. Oh my God. 2 nights.
the independent industry in the US can gather around.
Yeah.
So it's a potential open goal, but also but WWE are very canny when it comes to stuff like this as well. And the one thing that would get in the way of that
event. That they're just fucking just be WWE. Oh, they could just maybe become WWE and call the show WWE. AEW presents WWE WrestleMania. Mania Wrestle. Yeah. You fucking
is the fact that
marks.
you've got NXT Stand and Deliver, which normally happens around that time. So you could potentially have an NXT event that happens in the US in a big arena around WrestleMania weekend or on WrestleMania weekend. You've got this relationship with AAA, which means you could do a Worlds Collide event around that weekend as well. You've also got a relationship with TNA, and you could potentially come to some sort of agreement to put on a TNA show. WWE, I think, with these pockets of control here, could easily put on enough stuff in the US in one place around WrestleMania weekend that would keep AEW out.
No shit. If they even exist come that time, which is what nobody's talking about. Okay. And I just said AEW won't be a talking point if they are any show on the same day as WWE. WWE will own the social media talking space no matter what. Indies already try and do shows around AEW shows, but the influx of people isn't there, and AEW shows don't shift economies and bring in thousands of wrestling fans from all over the world looking to fill time by going to other shows. They tried to do WrestleCon or whatever the same weekend as an AEW show. It wouldn't be as big of an event, and the ends wouldn't justify the means. They've tried this shit already. Prove me wrong and do it, and I'll gladly say I was wrong. And I will, chat. You guys already know. But it's just so goddamn stupid and pointless. AEW needs to do less pay-per-views, is what I think. Early on in AEW, the whole thing was like, oh, Tony Khan books these great pay-per-views, and they were fucking fun, and they were like these super cards of honor. But less of them, man. He should be doing like 4 big ones a year, and that's it. Every 3 months, do one, dude. He should do less pay-per-views and focus on themselves. The only competition they're in is with redacted sickos who suggest stupid shit online that doesn't benefit AEW. And I'm going off. And speaking of going off, here is Alba, dude. So he talked a lot about Nicolo Piccolo. This is Ciclo Piccolo right here, okay? And so fucking Alba asks, what degree of involvement does ESPN have in requesting talent? John Alba specifically asked about Brock Lesnar's involvement in WrestlePalooza, despite being named in Janelle Grant's lawsuit against WWE. ESPN sitting there like, who?
You what?
Huh? They're like, what? Okay, right? So Kenny says WWE retains creative control, which ESPN is fine with. Right? I don't know. They have creative control. Like, obviously, they're giving them all this money. Why? They're investing in them and going, we believe what you're doing works. Do that over here for us. We want to sell ads and shit. So, yeah, they don't have a say in that shit. And then Alba clarifies that WWE retains jurisdiction over requesting certain talent for certain events. Kenny confirms they leave that up to WWE. Clarify. Oh, so WWE retains jurisdiction. It's them who requests which talent are on the show. You guys don't request any, are you sure? Yeah, stupid. That's what I just fucking said. We leave it up to WWE.
Stupid idiot.
Fucking Alba, you fool. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the Oh, man. Fuck around Dubba Cup. Fuck around Dubba. Ladies and gentlemen, where are we at here? Oh, chat. Excited for Vacker versus EO. Me too. AEW isn't going anywhere anytime soon, even if Tony has to pay for it. Everyone said same thing about TNA, and it's still around, probably stronger than ever. Right, dude. But here's the thing. The TV landscape is different. I don't know, Mike Sauce, if you just joined the show, but you have to go back and listen to the AEW news segment. Okay? Trust me. It is, they might get bullied off TV via TKO, which I don't think WWE, like AEW, TNA was just a different era. It wasn't even the same landscape of TV. So I don't know if we can really even compare it to that. You can compare TNA to WCW, but with AEW, I don't know. And apparently the money's running up, dude. Tony don't even got the money like that. You know what I mean? Vaquer blabbing, she's winning on Van Vliet, kind of killed that match for me. No, because she's, well, I guess her and Io are both baby faces. Yeah, it might have ruined it, but she's just, I don't know. Maybe she loses, bro. You don't know. I wouldn't bank on that. And that TK has his own cup guy at the scrums. You got to see the Russo clip where him and Lane make fun of Tony in his triple cup. Do they make fun of triple cup, bro? Jeff, dog, if you guys are watching the bits, invite me on and we'll fuck around. We'll play triple cup, dude. Come on, Jeff. You follow me. I'm going to reach out to Jeff. I'm going to get him on the pod. This AEW show fucking sucks. Okay. AEW sit and diminish. Guys, we'll be live Saturday for all of WrestlePalooza and what's it called? WrestlePalooza and All Out. I'm gonna watch the whole goddamn thing with you guys front to back. And thank you for tuning in. Well over 300 tune in this evening watching right now. If you're on X, consider subscribing, youtube.com/@prowrestleclips. And we're on the road to 7,200 subscribers there and 3.5 million fucking views, which is crazy. I appreciate you all. Consider becoming a member. Only 99 cents. You get access to my bonus shows every member Monday. And I have a Patreon as well with exclusive content. There's like over 100 videos on there as far if you count like exclusive shit, and you get access to the member shows as well. And yeah, thank you all for the super chats and shit. You guys can gift memberships. Appreciate you all. Round of applause for the PWT universe. We have the main event of the evening coming up right here, though. I just thought I'd check in the chat for a minute. So Flute's in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. I should just do a Dave Meltzer show at this week at this rate. Ladies and gentlemen, we need flutes in the chat. I need to see a whole bunch of flutes, like a flute spirit bomb, because it is time for everybody's favorite segment in the IWC, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So Dave Meltzer, I posted this, he's had a historically bad 2 years. Year over year, he's less accurate, and his key demo has decreased about 30% if you factor in the effects of the Wagyu beef and Taylor Swift businesses. The best guys, Tony Khan. So just me roasting Dave there. So Raj Giri had this to say to Dave about the Canelo and Crawford fight, which it's funny because Dave's commenting on the Canelo Crawford fight and he doesn't know shit about it. It's embarrassing he's even commenting on it. But Raj says, hey, Dave, this KFC commercial is not going to be counted for the minutes streamed of the Canelo fight. Fucking hilarious, because Dave got caught. Like, he adds in the ads and shit. We beat his math up to death. Okay. So Dave Meltzer. Now, I talked about this earlier in the show. I know for a fact what Dave is saying here is bullshit. Okay? You can say I'm lying, dirt sheet Phil over here. I don't give a fuck. I know that he's wrong about this. It doesn't have to do with the AAA stuff. Okay? But Andrade did dip out to Colombia and not answer anybody. Not answer his fucking phone. That did happen, okay? And he did fail a wellness test and all that shit. And shout out Andrade, having good times, man. But Dave says, I know of things, but I don't think that this had to do with that. Dave, you can get with this, or you can get with that. Or you can get with this, or you can get with that. Oh, man. I know they wanted him in the AAA project. I'm not sure that he was, And what I'm saying is he didn't fucking turn down AAA stuff, okay? They likely did. Well, maybe they didn't because he wasn't a part of it. He didn't do it, so there's that. So you can read into that what you want. I don't. But I don't know that has anything to do with it or not. So he says some shit and then says you can read into it, but I don't. And I don't know if it has anything to even do with it or not. Then why fucking say it?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about? So this is what Dave Meltzer had to say, dude. Talking about Tony Khan and Turkey Al Sheik and Triple H and everything. And here's his bad, horrible take on them filling this WrestleMania void.
I have no idea what Tony Khan would think. Somebody brought it up.
That's a lie.
To me. Why doesn't Tony Khan?
I have no idea what Tony Khan would think, but somebody brought this up to me. No, Dave, you do know what Tony Khan would think because you text him and you read on Twitter what everybody's saying in the discourse. And then you say that someone said to you this thing, but they never really said it to you.
I have no idea what Tony Khan would think. Somebody brought it up to me. Why doesn't Tony Khan run a stadium the same day, at the same weekend as WrestleMania, make it this destination event, convention, and get all the indies thing, and we can have our weekend. You know what I mean? We can have our
We can have our weekend. We can have our big. Listen to how Dave fucking talks, bro. Dropping extra flutes here, dude. Listen to how he talks. Our weekend. I have no idea what Tony Khan's thinking, but he's thinking about we can have our weekend.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
You're such a fucking dumbass that you're just stooging that you talk to Tony Khan and this is what he's thinking. Someone said, I don't know what Tony's thinking. Then why even say that? But, someone was saying, why don't we have our moment? Our as in AEW, Brian. It's just the Freudian slip. You're a fucking
weekend of
oh my God.
Going to Joey Janela's spring break and all of these different things. And we can go see our big wrestling stadium show. It's a very interesting thing. There's a lot to weigh.
It's not that interesting. And if you study the business, where's your Nicolo Piccolo breakdowns? Dave is Diclo Piccolo.
I first, when I heard it, thought it was pretty clever and I would have encouraged it. And now I'm a little bit more not so sure, because
what are you saying? Let's go. What is he even saying?
First, when I heard it, thought it was pretty clever and I would have encouraged it. And
I would have encouraged it. See, he tells Tony what to do.
Now I'm a little bit more not so sure, because there's so many different things, and it's 2027. And I think in 2026, things will be a lot more clear than they are right now, like late 2026 than today on the.
No way, Dave. You mean closer to when the event goes down, it'll be more clear? He's saying nothing. This is nothing.
The viability of it. Because again, you're trying to run a show the same day as WrestleMania that people are still going to watch on ESPN.
ESPN. I mean, not that many people will watch that, Brian. He rolls his eyes at ESPN like this guy's a fucking clown. I'd be a top football reporter. Patrick Mahomes. So Dave is like, I don't know the whole story, but I do know it was a discipline thing with Andrade. It was a disciplinary thing. It actually is a story from a couple weeks ago that just broke today. It's a story from a couple weeks ago that just broke today, but I knew about it, but I didn't say anything then, but I'm saying it in hindsight now. Dave's a fraud. He was not fired until today, but a couple weeks ago, there was a disciplinary thing. All I know is it was a TV shoot, and he was told to go home, and he's not been used since. I was told it was not drug-related, not alcohol-related. It was not marriage-related, but nobody would tell me what it was. But it was enough to be sent home. It was drug-related. It was a wellness violation, which are typically drug-related, okay? I'll just say that. I don't know what it is. I don't want to speculate or anything like that. I just did. So no, I'm not speculating. I know of things, but I don't think this had to do with that. So just more onto the dumb fuckery that he said earlier. So again, should AEW run a stadium show in the US to counter WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia? We fucking just listen to this clip and Dave's a stupid idiot. So here's what Dave had to say about, let's hear from his own chicken lips. Perhaps this is just trying Brian here. We'll give Brian a trying or a Brian because he's trying real hard, Brian. And if I say trying, I'm lying, I'm frying. No lying, I'm dying.
The Andrade thing has been kind of a big story today. And he's done with WWE. So I don't know the whole story, but I do know it was a discipline thing. It was not his doing at all. A couple of weeks ago, there was a disciplinary thing.
It was not his doing at all that he got released. Bro, his actions got him released. Okay? And I'm not even shitting on Andrade. Some people have just said, fuck it, I'm going home. And sometimes I respect that. I'm not going to lie. He did fuck Ray Phoenix over, which I don't like. So just personal feeling, whatever aside, right? Dude, he dipped the fuck out. You don't know what you're talking about. So you're like, it's not his doing at all. Because you want to see him in CMLL wrestling MJF. And you're going to start glazing Andrade, even though he's one of the guys that you talked shit about while he was in AEW. You fucking clown shoes. I have you marked in.
And all I know is it was,
it wasn't his doing, really. The failed wellness policy that might have not even been like a piss in the cup situation. It might have just been
at a TV shoot, and he was told to go home, and he's not been used since. The feeling when he got sent home was that it must be serious because you don't hear about that. And
the feeling when he got sent, what feeling? Where? In your decrepit loins, Dave? What feeling? Where? What feeling? I got a feeling. Ooh. What is Dave talking about? The feeling where? Backstage?
He hasn't been used since. And I was told that when he was sent home, the people who know, were not told that he was done, but they assumed that he was done. And then today was the confirmation that he was done. Would AEW take him or not? I don't know what Tony's going to do. If I'm AEW, I am not really fond of using ex-WWE guys who have already proven to you that they want to go back to WWE and they're not going to be happy there. And he caused problems. He caused problems there. And he wasn't the most willing and cooperative person there. And he's good. I mean, like really good. But they got guys way better than him that are a lot more cooperative than him. And Andrade, he ain't going to go on TV and
way better than him in AEW? I don't know about that.
And change your ratings or anything like
that. Yeah, he is right. Andrade's not going to change ratings. At least he was truthful about that. Dave just more on the Andrade shit. He doesn't know what he's talking about. So Niccolo Piccolo says, if only there was someone we could ask who was involved with putting together Paul versus Tyson. And Dave goes, Netflix announced 20.3 million viewers live and same day for Alvarez versus Crawford in the US and 36.6 million total worldwide. This is only the main event. The full show number average will be much lower and come out tomorrow because that includes the entire card. The US number is much lower than expected, I believe to be much lower than Tyson versus Paul. But we don't have a comparison because they only claim 38 million peak US and 65 million peak world, Brian. Not average for the entire fight. Got my baby. So yeah, Dave just commenting on shit he doesn't know about. And again, Niccolo Piccolo throwing himself out there saying, if only there's someone you could ask, instead of running to his message board and being like, hashing it out with his fucking message board guys. Oh, is this guy legit or not? Niccolo Piccolo's legit. Ask him about it. This guy could be an asset if you guys fucking didn't just get triggered by his reality speak. And this has really been the through line through the show. Niccolo Piccolo here has been the star of the show tonight at PWT. Okay? Because, the guy is, I just feel like he's dropping game. Like, wouldn't you want, like, let's say he is an enemy. Why is he saying all this shit? Like that whole thing we read about WBD and CBS and Ellison and all that stuff. Not once does he go and fucking AEW's done and cooked and it sucks or anything. Like, he wasn't negative about it or anything like that. So I don't know, man. It's just insane that he would even comment on the Canelo Crawford stuff. Just as I study the business. Okay, where's your intricate breakdowns? Where's your fucking, this is. No, dude, you're just regurgitating what Netflix said, and then you're pretending it's not true or whatever weird thing you're doing. It's fucking ludicrous. So Meltzer said what? The GOAT. And shout him out, man. And he pointed out this right here. 2 different shows, 2 different phony takes on Jade versus Tiffany from SmackDown. Garrett, who fake watches WWE only if there are no commercials, described the match as just there. Brian summarized the match as totally collapsing. Brian, after one very minor botch. Okay, so he's calling out Trying Brian. I love it because Meltzer said what? He kind of gives fucking Brian a bit of a pass. A lot of people do, and I say no passes for fucking Brian. Right? Trying Brian. He was Lion Brian. He upgraded to Trying Brian, but he is definitely not getting a pass from and Meltzer said what? Really dislikes Garrett. Not enough people roast Garrett. I'm not familiar enough with him to like roast him the way I do, but eventually it'll happen. But this is a Trying Brian moment, I suppose. And let's listen to these 2 contrasting takes from the same day.
Tiffany Stratton and
why would he talk about? Listen, here's the problem too. He's on Wrestling Observer Radio or Wrestling Observer Live, right? And then he does the Brian and Vinny show, and he talks about the same shit twice in the same day on 2 different of his own shows. Like, what the fuck? If I was invited on someone's show on the same day, and then we ended up talking about the same topic, sure. If I jump on someone else's stream, but I'm not gonna fucking like do 2 shows talking about the same shit in the same day that are both my shows. I think that's fucking crazy and weird.
Tiffany Stratton and Jade went to a double count out, and then Nia attacked Tiffany Stratton.
I really thought that Jade was going to finally get the title on this one.
Match was there. I thought Tiffy is she's changed her physique a little bit. She looks a lot thinner. Not that she was fat.
Oh my God, these guys are fuck. She looks a lot thinner. Not that she was fat or anything, bro. She's toning up and leaning, and she's getting really lean. That's what you mean to say? And she's really toning up. And I made the joke, oh man, AJ Lee's got everyone on that fucking ab regimen since she's come back. And you're just like, well, she's not fat or anything. Are you guys married? You ever fucking hit on a girl before? Jesus Christ.
In any way, but she was very athletically muscular. And she
You don't talk about girls like that unless they're Oscar, okay? Then you
looks a lot thinner. I don't know if it
She changed
outfit.
She changed her look too.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Brock and Cena they had a retrospective. Tiffany Stratton and
So
Jay
then here's the Brian and
is
Vinny show.
very wacky. It's profoundly wacky. But when the people get wrestling, like they're really fucking great. And even the guys like Pagano that are terrible, they're like terrible veterans. So, you know what I'm saying? Like
there's no deer in the headlights.
Exactly. Like when I was watching Tiffany and Jade, okay, they did a high spot series early that looked awesome. I mean, it was flat out great for about a minute. And I was like, this is going to be a really good match. And then, like, I think Jade went for a suplex and Tiffany was supposed to do the knee to the head spot. But Tiffany, like, waited way too long. And so by the time she went for the knee, like, Jade lost her and they both fell down. And because they're both green, I think they had that thing where they panicked and they just started going really fast. And the last thing you want to do when you're lost is go really fast. And this match just collapsed afterwards. Whereas you look at Pagano, it's like, he does a fucking dive and lands in his head. And it's like, fuck. And he just gets up and goes to the next spot. I mean, he's experienced at sucking.
Was this with Garrett? I don't understand.
It's not the first time he's fucked up a dive.
Exactly. So it's like he's a veteran, you know, bad wrestler. And so even, you know, it's still perversely entertaining in its own weird way. So yeah, I greatly.
So here's what Meltzer said. What posted this as well. So here's like highlights from the match, I guess.
Especially when you're going for a cover. I mean, that was just a mistake. It was a rookie mistake.
Hopefully WWE will snipe us for this drop kick. So is this like a highlight from the match of all the shit that he liked or what? I mean, Tiffy just really carried Jade through this fucking match. Primarily. Yeah, damn, Tiffy was cooking, man. Where's like the moonsault botch? That's what we all want to see. Dang, yeah, she got too much on that moonsault. She just rocked herself with that fucking moonsault. That was crazy. Okay, so there you have it. A couple more clips here, guys. So Dave Meltzer talks about if AEW can bring in enough tourists for WrestleMania weekend. The answer is no. We know the fucking answer to this, Dave. The answer is nope.
Saudi Arabia and AEW.
Weekend.
Well, Saudi Arabia and AEW.
Do you think they should do a show on that weekend?
Well, they need to do a show head to head at some point.
There's like a goodwill thing where you can go, like you're kind of making yourself into being the goodwill promotion by putting the big show on in the United States while the other guys are in Saudi Arabia.
No, it's just such the goodwill promotion to fucking who? The sickos, they don't share an audience. All these fucking morons talk like WWE and AEW share an audience.
So North American fans will have their big show. But I don't know that it's necessarily going to work because it's AEW. People want that weekend. You know what I mean? They want their WrestleCon and they want their Tokyo Joshi Pro.
Bro, they want their Tokyo Joshi Pro. Oh, I'm a Japanese now, Tokyo Joshi Pro. Why'd he say it like that? Why'd he say it like that, chat?
Con and they want their Tokyo Joshi Pro.
Tokyo Joshi. Joshi Pro. What the fuck is he saying? Why is he talking like that? He went like, it's like just out of nowhere. He just, this one word, I'm going to put like the proper inflection on the fucking word, right? And then the rest, I'm just going to talk pro. Like, do you guys hear how he said that?
You know what I mean? They want their WrestleCon and they want their Tokyo Joshi Pro. And
Yes. Oh man.
They want their, shows from all over the world. You know what I mean? Like they get at WrestleMania weekend. One of the reasons that
Bro, no one fucking not 100 people tops care about Tokyo Joshi Pro.
these companies do it is because they expect whatever the real number is, 50,000, 75,000 tourists coming to a thing. And I don't know that, put it this way, AEW is not going to bring in that many tourists. They probably should do a stadium show, but that doesn't mean that everyone in the world is going to run there.
Exactly. So then why do that's why WrestleCon can't be at the same time. Because it's not the same thing as WrestleMania. That's why it works with WrestleMania. That's why it's all about WrestleMania. That's why people are tripping out about WrestleMania. This is why they try this shit at AEW shows. It doesn't work out. Like, how are you just not putting that last piece of the puzzle there, Dave? He walks you there, but then goes, but I don't really know
stuff. And WrestleCon's going to have their biggest thing there because everyone that wants to run something big in the United States, they're going to pick.
No, they're not. The only reason those indies, okay, why don't all the indies team up and just go, well, we'll just run a super indie weekend and try and get everyone there? Because it doesn't fucking work that way. The reason those shows work is because all these fucking people are in WrestleMania's at MSG. All these people are in New York, more than usual. So not only could WWE pull up, do a pay-per-view, and have it be 18,000 people show up, let's say, in St. Louis or whatever the fuck. But if it's also there's an extra 50,000 people from all over America and an extra 50,000 on top of that from all over the world. And some people during the WrestleMania weekend, they just go to the city and they might not even go to Mania. They just might go to the indie shows, watch Mania, and just be around everyone and the vibes and everything and participate in other stuff. A lot of people do that too, and they'll travel there for that. However, AEW, they won't do that for fucking AEW show. Get it through your thick skulls, man.
If there's no WrestleMania, they're going to pick what they perceive to be the biggest show in the United States.
Yeah, it's not that, though. It's not that one. It'll be SummerSlam, bro. It'll be 2 nights SummerSlam. Oh, they'll pick the show that they think is the biggest one in the United States. Yeah, it'll be the one that they went to fucking 3 months earlier. Okay? Holy shit. If it's in the US and WrestleMania's on and people who have WrestleMania parties and rent out theaters or bars or host WrestleMania parties at their house, they're going to pick and they're going to go to AEW because it's the biggest show and it's perceived to be the biggest. No, bitch. Mania is just the biggest show in all of wrestling that weekend. This is so fucking, it just shows the level of fucking delusion we're at with AEW. We've let this go on too fucking long where these people sit here and try and gaslight folks and pretend that WWE and AEW share a fucking audience.
That'll be Royal Rumble weekend or that'll be SummerSlam weekend, and probably SummerSlam weekend just because there's 2 shows from WWE, whereas Rumble right now is only 1 show.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here is Trying Brian with the last one. He is fucking Brian Alvarez is coping so fucking hard with this next bit. Oh, this is the cherry on top.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard. Coping and seething.
Now, this is incredible because in this clip here, Brian, this is while we were on the air, I believe, or maybe just before I came on the air. I bookmarked this one. I didn't get a chance to watch, but just I heard 10 seconds of it, and just this headline: trying to find WWE on ESPN is going to be a disaster. So now the cope, and this is the cope. Trying to find WWE on ESPN will be a fucking disaster, guys. It's not. They're not going to do numbers because it'll just be so hard to find that people won't
Stupid
watch.
idiot.
This is what they are going to fucking peddle here. It's the greatest cope of all time. Sorry, we have this turned down all the way.
Your best bet is to go to ESPN and ESPN Plus. They'll tell you.
Not ESPN Plus.
Now I'm confused. What is this show on?
It's on ESPN DTC.
Not ESPN Plus.
See, Alvarez knows this. He's putting on a show. He's putting on a show. Oh, ESPN Plus. Yes, everybody figured this out the first day. That's the whole point of this whole thing. You dumb fucking asshole. I know he's lying here. This is why I don't fuck with Brian Alvarez.
Liar! Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
This is the whole point of the whole thing. And them launching this app around ESPN. You're just like, oh, ESPN Plus is real going to be difficult. Yeah, they addressed that all the first day. How the fuck are you Figure 4 online news or whatever? How the fuck are you on the Wrestling Observer Radio newsletter and all this bullshit? And you don't even fucking know that? That's like the main thing. That's not even like oh shit, I didn't know that, some factoid about Rhea Ripley or some shit. Or, oh shit, that TNA show's creeping up, huh? This is like the whole point of WrestlePalooza and the ESPN shit is this app, dude. You knew this.
No, it's
Fucking
on ESPN
liar.
DTC.
The hell is ESPN DTC?
It's the new thing that started a month ago.
Ask Dave. It's a new thing that started a month ago, Brian. Don't you listen? You don't study and learn.
I think we've been talking about it for a month now.
Well, we are, but when I type in ESPN...
See, look at this dumbass. We've been talking about it for a month now. And Brian's like, well, we are. This whole time, this ignorant fuck. And people are giving them $15.99 or whatever fire sale they got going this week. And this ignorant fuck didn't even realize this. I'm sorry, man. He just doesn't get a pass with me.
DTC.
This is all for show, or he is truly as dumb as I say these chuckle fucks are in these segments.
Comes up ESPN Plus.
Well, it's not on ESPN Plus. Do they call it ESPN Select, maybe?
Okay. Thank God we're doing this here. Everything I click here takes me to ESPN Plus.
Yeah.
Where the hell is ESPN Select? Fans can sign up for the new service here. Plus.espn.com is where it takes you.
Oh, well, that's going to be a disaster, isn't it?
Dude, I think that's the same thing.
Isn't the whole thing they're rolling it out with WrestlePalooza? Like, what got lost here?
It's not the same thing.
Are you sure?
Yes. The old ESPN Plus, that is not, that's a separate
Okay,
service.
this is the new ESPN Plus.
Okay, so that's what they're calling it.
They're calling it ESPN Plus. Yeah, starting at $29.99 a month.
There, Dave's just a dumbass. It is ESPN Plus. There you go.
WWE Premium Live Events. ESPN.
It's going to be a disaster. They make the title that, and then it's just not a disaster. Super fucking easy. They're just boomers.
Unlimited. Which is
that's what it's called.
Plus.espn.com.
Okay, yeah. It's actually called ESPN Unlimited. That is actually what the thing's supposed to be called.
Well, of course it is, because he just looked it up.
Yeah,
this is ridiculous. Golly, got it.
Okay, what's more ridiculous? AEW saying go to Prime. We're off Triller. Go to Prime. We're off Bleacher Report and Triller. Go to Prime. Oh, come to Max now. Watch on Max. Watch on Max. What the fuck, bro? Come on. It's nothing. They made it so easy. ESPN made it so easy for people.
Everybody, is everyone more or less confused now than they were before we started all that?
I don't know. You two chuckle fucks argue about YouTube TV and
Your
DVR
best bet is
and shit like that. And that's why Brian doesn't get a pass with me. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week.
This just in, we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
Okay, ladies and gents, ladies and germs, round of applause for me and for you for being an amazing audience. September to remember was definitely forgettable. I appreciate you all for hanging out late with me. I'm going to go watch I Still Know What You Did Last Summer and eat some food. I appreciate you all. God bless you. Take good care of each other. And I'll see you guys Saturday, man. It's a long one. Strap in. Get your Red Bulls. Get your soda waters. Get your Adderalls. No, I'm just entirely joking about that. It's a bit, guys, okay? It's great. And yeah, I will see you guys all for Saturday. Until next time, I'll see you in the Upside Down Sicko Saturday. Peace, guys.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless smile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling has always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless smile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless smile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Living wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah. God damn it.